Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you people all here. I hope you had a fantastic day. And yeah, after the watch party yesterday, we are back with like another watch party. Okay, Schnack, welcome to the Twitch channel then. But yeah, welcome everyone. Silmarillion and Windinest also later wrote. Time-wise, it's always a bit difficult to find the ideal time for all the time zones and conditions in life and when people have time and so on. But yeah, like last week, we have another LotR Q&A. So I'm kind of glad that we can get relatively frequently into these LotR Q&A streams and so on. Plus now, in addition to watch parties, next week I'm time-wise a bit restricted. So I'm not sure if I can get the watch party and a Q&A stream going at the weekend. We have to see, chat, but overall, I think it's not that bad. I know some of you people here were also there yesterday, so that is fun. Mari, welcome, nice to see you. Long time no see. Windinest. Let's see, is this? Yeah, it works. Okay. I hope the stream is working as intended. Like you see something, you hear me. The sound is okay. Yeah, it seems like sound seems to be okay. Mark, nice to see you as well. Anyone using the new ChatGPT extension, which enables to search better, deeper, and into very specific areas? No, I have not used that. I made a video like last year, I think, where I asked ChatGPT some LotR question, and the answers were, let's say, interesting. Yeah, February 2023, so almost 2 years ago. Man. Time is just running so fast. It's always fascinating. But yeah, chat. I don't know how the new ChatGPT stuff is, if it's any good in this regard. Like what I did one time is I copy pasted like some paragraph, maybe half a page of Lord of the Rings, for example, and asked ChatGPT how many times does the word, I don't know, Easterling appear in this text. And there ChatGPT had a lot of trouble figuring out the right number. Of course I knew the answer, but I just want to know if ChatGPT can answer this question reliably. And at least I think there was just the free version, 3 point whatever it is, some time ago. Maybe it got better at this. Hard to tell. It was very interesting to see that. Yeah, I told it earlier, Schnack, in the other stream we had, I think. But since it was not planned that the ChatGPT question comes up here right at the start. But yeah, it would be great if you could just feed ChatGPT the pages and search for very specific information, for example. Like let him read the thing and then try to get some information out of this. Also, Mark has like the first LotR question. So yeah, as always, it's a LotR Q&A, so you can suggest topics which we can discuss or ask a question, and we talk about this for some time. So Mark asks, at the end of the Third Age, are there any other dwarven kingdoms besides Erebor, the Iron Hills, Blue Mountains? Are there any left in the Grey Mountains? So there's always a good opportunity to open the map. You know, I like maps here. For a moment I was worried I clicked on end streaming for stop streaming on, but I did not misclick. So yeah, the Blue Mountains here, Eret Luin means Blue Mountains. Khazad-dûm, well, we know later on here here's Erebor, the Lonely Mountain. We have the Iron Hills somewhere here, very far in the east. And we know that at some point, Erebor, the dwarves of Erebor, Durin's Bane is defeated, thanks to Gandalf. The dwarves owe Gandalf quite a bit, if we are completely honest. But yeah, whatever it is, Khazad-dûm is then retaken later and becomes a kingdom, like Durin the Seventh, I think, retakes it or something like that. And then, yeah, for some time before Erebor became the new dwarven kingdom for the House of Durin, from originally Moria / Khazad-dûm here, the dwarves settled in the Eret Mithrin, the Grey Mountains, and here they also had halls. Where exactly is hard to tell, maybe close to Framsburg, however pronounced it, because there is Fram, the person who Framsburg is named after, I think kills the dragon Shatha and has some conflict with the dwarves. Maybe we can look into this for a brief moment. The question is, I'm not to answer your question though. I'm not really aware that Tolkien mentions anything of the Grey Mountains afterwards. Oh, Cola Valkyrie, nice to see you. Great you could make it. Yesterday we had the watch party for the first Hobbit film. Today we're making just a standard lore film. Do dwarves drink alcohol? I would say yes. Like the dwarves at least drink beer. That would include alcohol. That you certainly are not, said Gimli, but what did I say? Mortals cannot go drinking and drow, and expect no more to come of them than of a pot of beer. He mentions beer. I always searching for Gimli quotes with beer. This is not orc stuff, but men food, as Treebeard calls it. Will you have wine or beer? There's a barrel inside there, very passable, and this is first-rate salted pork. Or I can put you some rashers of bacon and broil them, if you like. So, yeah, it's at least offered in this context. I would say dwarves definitely drink beer. So also alcohol. But back to the other question, though. Was like an interesting little thing. So I want to search for Shatha. This is an heirloom of our house, said Eowyn. It was made by the dwarves and came from the hoard of Shatha, the worm. Eorl the Young brought it from the north. He that blows it at need shall set fear in the hearts of his enemies and joy in the hearts of his friends, and they shall hear him and come to him. That's when, they gave the horn to Merry. took the horn, for it could not be refused, and he kissed Eowyn's hand, and they embraced him, and so they parted for the time. Eowyn gave Merry an ancient horn, small but cunningly wrought of all the silver and baldric of green with rides in it. Whatever. Let me just look into the Shazar thing here. Of his son Fram, they tell that he slew Shazar, the great dragon of Eret Mithrin, the Grey Mountains, and the land had peace from the long worms afterwards. Thus Fram won great wealth, but was at feud with the dwarfs, who claimed the hoard of Shazar. Fram would not yield them a penny, and sent them instead the teeth of Shazar, made into a necklace, saying, "Jewels such as these you will not match in your treasuries, for they are hard to come by." Some say that the dwarfs slew Fram for this insult. There was no great love between the Eotheod and the dwarfs. So, yeah, there's this little incident here in the North. The question, are now more did some dwarfs stay there? The reason why the dwarfs left in the first place is because here from the northern waste, from the Forod Wythe, dragons came closer to the Misty Mountains. Shazar is one example, kind of, for it, you could argue. But also Smaug, I guess. And he attacked the dwarfs here when they had their horde. So originally the dwarfs had to flee from Moria after the Balrog was here. And the king went to Erebor because Erebor was established before. And the others, though, said, well, the Grey Mountains are maybe better than Erebor. And they went here. And then the king left and said, okay, if my people go to the Grey Mountains, I go there as well. And then he went there, then the dragons came, and then they went to Erebor from here. So it's a little back and forth story here. Okay, there seems to be a mention, interestingly, for that. Trying to find the quote, but it seems some dwarfs were staying behind. The source for this is also this appendix here. Also, welcome, Rico. That's a really good question. Sympathetic dwarves. Yeah, for sure. I also really like the dwarves. Come to the. Let me just answer the other question really quick, Rico. Then we come to your question. Though to be fair, it seems like, just to answer your question very quick, because I don't know if I have a good answer for your question, unfortunately. But as you noted, yeah, the elves live more basically east of the Pelori. And Tirion is basically in the, what do you call it? Not the valley, but yeah, kind of. In the gap between the Pelori, the Kalakiria as it's called, and there I'll get confused here. And there the elves lived then in Tirion, the Vanyar, and of course the Noldor. But it's hard to tell if they actually went. I think they were allowed to enter Valinor, but I'm not sure if they were allowed to settle there. Like, I'm not 100% sure. Is there a map of Middle-earth that shows all the dwarf settlements? No. because some of the settlements are kind of unknown. Oh, Killswitch, thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. 26 months, that's a long time, Killswitch. Thank you so much for your continuous support. Hope you had have a good day. Shout out to Killswitch on the Twitch channel, but you might also sometimes show up on YouTube. We currently try to... let me just double check this. Did it... yeah, it said Appendix A. Ah. Bandover, Excellion, using Pipeweed. What's the Iron Hills? Yeah, they're just small, some Appendix A things. Sorry for being so silent. I really try to find the quote for this. Dain, together with Thror's second son, was slain at the doors in the hall by a great cold drake, so a drake that does not breathe fire. Not long after most of... okay, maybe this is the reference. Not long after most of Durin's folk abandoned the Grey Mountains, Gror, Dain's son, went away with many followers to the Iron Hills, but Thror, that's the grandfather of Thorin Oakenshield, which we have seen yesterday in the film, Doin Ironfoot is this Doin the second. Here we talk about Dain or Dain, Doin the first. Doin's heir, with Borin, his father's brother, and the remainder of the people returned to Erebor, to the great hall of Thrain. Thror brought back the Arkenstone, and he and his folk prospered and became rich, and they had the friendship of all men that dwelt near. For they made not only things of wonder and beauty, but weapons and armor of great worth, and there was great traffic of ore between them and their kin, the Iron Hills. Thus the Norsemen who lived between Kelduin, river running, and Carn and Redwater became strong and drove back all the enemies from the east, and the dwarves lived in plenty, and there was feasting and song in the halls of Erebor. Chris needs time to channel his inner Tolkien and dig up the answers to hard questions. Patience is essential. Yeah, that is unfortunately sometimes very true. Can you read my question, please? The 2 comments I made a little while back. I do in a moment. No, that's okay. No LotR stuff. Okay, I can come to your question in a moment. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Cold Drake, Lonely Mountain, north to the Grey Mountains, where most of Durin's folk were now gathering. The only thing that it basically says is that most of the people, like not long after, most of Durin's folk abandoned. But there's no additional information here. Only trying to find some more mentions, but no, the Grey Mountains are not really mentioned here again in the text chat. The only thing we could try to find very specific question. Edit. Wood and small people, already very numerous and divided into many tribes. Only checking peoples of Middle-earth. Gundabad's retaken. As a second age stuff, no. Yeah, I can't find more information. So let us jump back at the Mark's question. Are there any left? So it seems there are actually settlements also in the Grey Mountains most likely left. So I would also agree this sentence implies that some dwarves stayed back. So yes, in the Grey Mountains it seems some dwarves dwelled, but only few, because it says most of them went away. So that is kind of the indicator. Were there other dwarven kingdoms beside? Then there are kingdoms, of course, if we go back here to the map really quick, in the east. So we know that besides the Longbeards, the Firebeards, and the Broadbeams, I think, we have the Iron Fists, the Stonefoots, the Blacklocks, and the Stiffbeards, I think. And those four other dwarven houses have to live somewhere. It is possible that maybe as far as the Red Mountains, the Orokarni here, maybe somewhere here, who knows. But in this region, I would assume there are also dwarven kingdoms left besides those. But we know nothing really about them. I think there are not enough information for that. So I hope that kind of answers your question, Mark. Sorry for having to read quite a bit of stuff. I've been so bugged about it. Yeah, don't. We come to this. Sometimes, yeah, when I try to answer questions, I usually try to also find the quotes from the books. I of course not always know out of my head where something is written or how it's phrased, so it takes some time to find the stuff. That was that question. So yes, if I understand right, Iron Hills are first a colony underground, Morin Kings, but it's come from Kingdom of Eternal Corpse Moria, am I right? Yeah, basically, exactly. So as I just read, like at the end, like I have to look into the family tree, unfortunately. Thror. Of course, that didn't work. So Thror had a brother, Thror, and Gror. And Thror, if I remember correctly, Thror was killed actually in the dragon conflict. So Thror had a brother, like two brothers, Thror and Gror. And let me just maybe do a bit of production stuff here. So we have an image of the dude I'm talking about that potentially helps. Sorry, chat. Everything's a bit slow today. But yeah, here's Thror's family basically from the first Hobbit film, and Thror is the king in the middle on the throne, and yeah, Thror had another brother, Gror, and he basically, they were of course originally all from Moria, though I'm not sure where Thror is born actually. In the Grey Mountains he must be born, so he's not born in Moria, of course, logically. And yeah, Thror went then with his people to Erebor and found the kingdom there, and his brother Gror said, I make my own stuff here in the Iron Hills. So yeah, that's basically I think what you mean. They look funny. Yeah. Kind of. But yeah, those kingdoms exist, but of course we know Smaug sacks Erebor and then the dwarves are lost again. But it seems like they don't want to go to the Iron Hills, because then they would have to live under the rule of the Iron Hill dwarves, which Dain is also from. Dane, however pronounced. But yeah, that's basically the story. So now we come to Theologist's question. So it has been bugging me for some time now. The Noldor elves came to Middle-earth just before the end of the Age of the Trees. So it was dark because the trees were destroyed. Technically in Middle-earth it was always dark, because if we go to the other map, where's the other map though? Well, let's go to the first age map. Because yeah, the trees were destroyed, but the trees were here. They were not. They were also. It also ties maybe to the other question. Where is it? Here's the map. The west continent looks like this. Here are the two trees. And here's the Kalakiria. Here's Tirion somewhere in the middle. I don't know exactly where. A bit hard to tell. And these mountain range here called Pelori. Now make it like this. The Pelori blocked the light of the two trees for the most part. Only through the Kalakiria the light went to the world. So, but technically, it's how I understand the descriptions. Wrong map. Technically, Middle-earth was also only lit by the starlight back in the day as well. It was the same when the elves awoke here. When they opened their eyes, they lay on their backs, they looked up into the sky, and the first thing they saw were the stars. And that's why the stars are so important for elven culture and why they are revering the stars and the maker of the stars, Varda, or in Sindarin called Elbereth Gilthoniel. And yeah, so the Vala, the Queen of the Stars, one of the Vala, and yeah, so this implies already that it's dark. I'll go to sleep now. Sleep well, Schnarke. Have a good one. And the thing here is always a bit complicated. There are some inconsistencies with Middle-earth being always dark in the first age, to be fair. So, continuing with your with your question. So it was dark because the trees were destroyed. So that just yes, but it was also when the trees were there, it was also dark in Middle-earth for the most part. It's a bit inconsistent though, but yeah, you know what I mean. And then the first battle took place under the stars. I was wondering, how did they feel when the sun suddenly came on the sky? Like, for when did it happen? And what was it like? Do we know something about it? Also, Tolkien erklärt, welcome. Are these maps your own? Yeah, this map here I made, I wouldn't call it a map, but I would more call it, what do you call it? A sketch. It's not very precise, but I drew them myself in Photoshop some years ago. And they're not very precise, to be honest. I just made them so, yeah, I don't know, I have something to show. Recreated Ambakanta, yeah. Exactly. I made some versions of it. I even have one where the stuff is missing. I have one for the ages and I can just click through it. It's kind of neat, though it's not very precise. I think when I made this map, I would even say my knowledge about the geography of Middle-earth is also limited, is I think the right word. But yeah, those are my own, and then I have these maps that my moderator modified in the style of of John Howe. This here is like a modified promotional map thing for Rings of Power and stuff. Just to answer the question. But back to the other question, we can look right into the story of the creation of the sun. In the Silmarillion, I think it's the easiest to follow, I would say. So yeah, we know that the sun and the stuff I found, the page here. I have this work ahead of me with all the post-Carowin Fonstead information. Well, that sounds tough to make maps and stuff with this. Worst secured throne of all fantasy. Also, shoutouts to Tolkien erklärt for also to creator, but that's German content, of course. my partner in crime when it comes to Rings of Power and analyzing Rings of Power on the German Tolkien Society YouTube channel. With, of course, Tobias and Annika and so on. Helen. Who created the Hobbit is also a good question. But yeah, back to the question with the sun. But the flower and the fruit Yavanna gave to Aule, and Manwë hallowed them, and Aule and his people made vessels to hold them and preserve their radiance, as is said in the Silmarillion, the Song of the Sun and Moon. These vessels the Valar gave to Varda, and they might become lamps of heaven, outshining the ancient stars, being nearer to Arda. And she gave them power to traverse the lower regions of Ilmen, and set them to voyage upon appointed courses above the girdle of the earth, from the west unto the east, and to return. These things the Valar did, recalling in their twilight the darkness of the lands of Arda, and they resolved now the Illuminum Middle-earth, and with light to hinder the deeds of Melkor. For they remembered the Avari that remained by the waters of the awakening, and they did not utterly forsake the Noldor in exile. And Manwë knew also that the hour of the coming of men was drawn nigh. And it is said indeed that even as the Valar made war upon Melkor for the sake of the Quendi, so now for that time they forbore for the sake of the Hildor, the aftercomers, the younger children of Ilúvatar, that are men, for so grievous had been the hurts of Middle-earth in the war upon Utumno, that the Valar feared lest even worse should now befall, whereas the Hildor should be mortal and weaker than the Quendi to withstand fear and tumult. Moreover, it was not revealed to Manwë where the beginning of men should be, north, south, or east. Therefore the Valar sent forth light, but made strong the land of their dwelling. Isil the Sheen, the Vanya of old, named the moon, flower of Tilperion in Valinor, and Anar, the fire golden fruit of Laurelin, they named the sun. But the Noldor named them also Rana, the wayward, and Vasa, the heart of fire, that awakens and consumes. For the sun was set as a sign for the awakening of men and the waning of elves, but the moon cherishes their memory. And so on and so forth. So that's the creation of the sun. But Morgoth hated the new lights. For example, Morgoth hated the new lights and was for a while confounded by this unlooked-for stroke of the Valar. Then he assailed Tilion, sending spirits of shadow against him, and there was strife in Ilmen beneath the paths of the stars, but Tilion was victorious. And Arien Morgoth feared with great fear, but dared not come nigh her, having indeed no longer the power. For as he grew in malice and sent forth from himself the evil that he conceived in lies and creatures of wickedness, his might passed into them and was dispersed, and he himself became ever more bound to the earth, unwilling to issue from his dark strongholds. With shadows he hid himself and his servants from Arien, the glance of whose eyes they could not long endure, and the lands near his dwelling were shrouded in fumes and great clouds. So, yeah, we have the classical story that orcs and the evil creatures don't like the sunlight. So here we have a little mention here. So in the next chapter of Men, on this time were reckoned the years of the sun. That's when basically men awoke. At the first rising of the sun, the younger children of Ilúvatar awoke in the land of Eldorien in the eastward regions of Middle-earth, but the first sun arose in the west. Interestingly. And the opening eyes of men were turned towards it, and their feet as they wandered over the earth for the most part, strayed that way. The Atani, they were named by the Eldar the second people, but they called them also Hildor, the followers, and many other names. Apanonar. I think the second last, whatever, it's stressed sometimes difficult. The afterborn. Engwar, the sickly, and Firimar, the mortals. And they named them the usurpers, the strangers, and the inscrutable, and self-cursed, and heavy-handed, and the night-fearers, the children of the sun. So what's interesting here, the elves awoke, and what sun and moon didn't exist, and when they looked up into the sky, they saw the stars first, and men saw the sun in the west, basically before it goes down for the first time, and then also went west. That's why they at some point went to Beleriand, as we see here on the map. Also, Crafty Spirit, nice to see you. So yeah, very interesting detail. Tolkien later changed this though, because for men needed to be the origin story for orcs, and so men has to be awake much earlier, and during the years of the trees. Still, I like this version most because I kind of find it very poetic in a way. But that's maybe just me. Let's not go into the direction of changing the date. Of men, little is told in these tales, which concern the eldest days before the waxing of mortals and the waning of the elves, save for those fathers of men, the Atanatari, who in the first years of the sun and moon wandered into the north of the world. To Eldorien there came no Valar to guide men, or to summon them to dwell in Valinor, and men have feared the Valar rather than loved them, and have not understood the purpose of the powers, being at variance with them, and at strife with the world. Ulmo nonetheless took thought for them, aiding the counsel and will of Manwë, and his messengers came often to them by stream and flood, but they have not skill in such matters, and still less had they in those days before they had mingled with the elves. Therefore they love the waters, and their hearts were steered by the but they understood not the messages. Yet it is told that ere long they met dark elves in many places and were befriended by them, and men became the companions and disciples in their childhood of these ancient folk, wanderers of the elven race, who never set out upon the path to Valinor, and knew of the Valar only as a rumor and distant name. But yeah, also elves can see at night quite well, stuff like this. Some of these elven names for men were very hurtful. The sickly, the usurpers, the strangers, yeah. So the next Yeah, the question isn't still really answered with all this reading. Now we come to, I think, the first time the elves see the sun. I'm not sure if there's actually much information here, to be honest, but we can just read the small paragraph here. Now rumor came to the camp in Heathlum. Heathlum, yeah, let us check where stuff are. So here's Heathlum and here's Lamoth. I think when the elves went over Helcaraxe, let me just see, do I have an artwork for that? Artwork, Helcaraxe, Ted Naismith, that's a good source. He made a artwork of Helcaraxe. It's like a frozen path over the ocean. Very famous artwork. We like that one. So the elves had to cross the ocean from one place to another. You know this. So from basically here to the other side. So this here, and this path, or I don't know, maybe further down here, but somewhere here in this region, it was frozen. It was like a frozen ocean that you could cross because it was ice. It was very dangerous, even for the elves, and many lost their lives doing so. But that's wrong. Here it is. Yeah, the elves kind of accomplished this, and then when they entered Middle Earth for the first time, they were kind of here, I guess, Lamos, and then here Heathlum was. Let me see if I find this. This is page 136. But the host of Morgoth, under the cold stars before the rising of the moon, the host of Feanor went up the long firth of Drengist that pierced the echoing hills of Eredlumin, and passed thus from the shores into the great land of Heathlum. And they came at length to the long lake of Mithrim, and upon its northern shore made their encampment in the region that bore the same name. But the host of Morgoth, roused by the tumult of Lamos and the light of the burning at Losgar, came through the passes of Ered Wethrin, the mountains of shadow, and assailed Feanor on a sudden, before his camp was full wrought or put in defense. And there, on the grey fields of Mithrim, was fought a second battle in the wars of Beleriand, the Dagor Nuin Gileas. It is named the Battle Under the Stars, for the moon had not yet risen, and it is renowned in song. The Noldor, outnumbered and taken at unawareness, were swiftly victorious, for the light of Aman was not yet dimmed in their eyes. That's a very interesting quote, by the way. And they were strong and swift and deadly in anger, and their swords were long and terrible. Now rumor came to the camp in Heathlum, that of Feanor, of the march of Fingolfin, and those that followed him, who had crossed the grinding ice and all the world lay then in wonder. Hear the grinding ice again, chat. And in wonder at the coming, then in wonder at the coming of the moon. So here the first mention of the moon is, but as the host of Fingolfin marched into Mithrim, we see this also on the map, I think. The sun rose, flaming in the west, and Fingolfin unfurled his blue and silver banners, and blew his horns, and flowers sprang beneath his marching feet, and the ages of the stars were ended, and the uprising of the great light in the servants of Morgoth. At the uprising of the great light, the servants of Morgoth fled into Angband, and Fingolfin passed unopposed through the fastness of Dor Daedalus, while his foes hid beneath the earth. Then the elves smote upon the gates of Angband, and the challenge of their trumpets shook towers of Sangorodrim, and Maedhros heard them amid his torment, and cried aloud, but his voice was lost in echoes of the stone. But Fingolfin, being of other temper than Fëanor, and weary of the wiles of Morgoth, withdrew from Dor Daedalus, and turned back towards Mithrim. For he had heard tidings that there he should find the sons of Fëanor, and he desired also to have the shield of the mountains of shadow, while his people rested and grew strong. For he had seen the strength of Angband, and thought not that it would fall to the sound of trumpets only. Therefore, coming at length to Hislum, he made his first camp-dwelling by the northern shores of Lake Mithrim. No love was there in the hearts of those that followed Fingolfin for the house of Fëanor, for the agony of those that endured the crossing of the ice had been great, and Fingolfin held the sons and accomplices of their father. Well, I guess we're getting past the question of the son here easily, but yeah, it's very interesting that, I mean, the elves always liked the sun. The next mention of the sun: a wind came out of the east and bore them over Hislum, darkening the new sun, and they fell and coiled about the fields and hollows, and lay upon the waters of Mithrim, dearer than poisonous. Whatever it's pronounced. That's the next mention of the word sun in the text. When 20 years of sun had passed, yeah. So, yeah, coming back to the original question, what did they think of the sun? I find it interesting that the first mention here in the text we have is actually about the moon. Going to try to find it, to be honest. So, and all the world lay then in wonder at the coming of the moon. So the moon was kind of a big deal already, and then the sun was there, and we can read that, and the ages of the stars were ended, because now we are day. So it's quite interesting. What is also interesting, like we can read that unfurled his blue and silver banners, and blew his horns, and flowers sprang beneath his marching feet, and the ages of the stars were ended. At the uprising of the great light, the sun, the servants of Morgoth fled into Angband, and Fingolfin passed unopposed through the fastness of Dor Daedalus. So, kind of interesting, I think. So here is Mithrim, the lake. From here, somewhere they came. Here's Dor Lumin. So yeah. So for when did it happen? For what did it bring? So yeah, these were kind of the early stories of the sun and the first contact with it, and it seemed like it ended an age. It changed definitely, but I think in the case of some of the elves of Fingolfin coming there and seeing that the foes or the orcs of or the creatures of Morgoth had to flee from the sun to Angband, and Morgoth was not happy about the sun. He did not like the new lights at the sky. We have read this. Men saw it at first, so the sun kind of became their symbol, while the stars is a symbol of the elves. It's very interesting. Still, both, like the moon, I find it interesting that there was great wonder about the moon at night and so on, because I guess nighttime is more the elf time, I guess, due to the elves still revering the stars. But still, the sun also became important. I like the idea that under Fingolfin's feet the flowers sprang because of the new light and so on. So the world definitely changed in a way, and a new age started. I also like that men awoke when this age of the stars ended. I really find this very poetic in a way, and kind of is a little contrast, the contrast. It reflects the awakening story of the elves in this regard. That's why I kind of like this version of the story so much. So I hope this kind of answers your question. It was a very long answer, I know. Yeah, it's interesting that they saw it first. Though it's not clear if they saw it first. In this text, basically, the sun. I think the elves saw it at the same time as as men, because when the elves passed here in the story, first they see the moon, but men potentially were not awakened then. I think when the sun was rising, and it was rising in the west, so technically the elves, like Hildorien is, it's not here on this map, whereas Hildorien is here, I think, all the way in the east, and the elves were here somewhere. So in this regard, when the sun rises here in the west, not rises but appears for the first time the west and then goes down, they see it. Maybe even before there, they saw already the moon passing or so, I'm not sure. Kind of interesting that the cycle there starts in the west with going with the the sun vanishing in the west, and then it's night again, then it starts again in the east and starts with the circle. It's interesting that it did not start here in the east, but whatever. I think the reason why it starts in the west is that men see, hey, the sun is west, that's maybe where we should go, and then they go all the way here to Beleriand. It was great, thank you. Yeah, no problem. Was a lot of reading here. I'm not sure how many viewers we currently have. 30 right now. So I can't complain. I think 30 is actually not that bad. And some also on YouTube, on Twitch. Maybe not anymore. So we're a few more than 30 even. But yeah, it's how to say, it's not bad, to be honest. So the elves were restricted to living. I unfortunately don't know this exactly, how the elves were restricted. I wish. I'm not sure if somebody knows this in chat. Is there a mention in the Silmarillion for that? Or in any other book in Laws and Customs or something? currently trying to find something out there. Okay, I think I found something that might explain this. So they were originally invited to Valinor. Rico, coming back to your question. So the question was, let me just reread it here so everybody knows what we're talking about. Just have to find it. Why am I so blind? That is a question. Where were the elves restricted to living in some limited places of Valinor, or were they free to live anywhere? I know the Teleri lived on the coast. What about the rest? So the reason for the Teleri lived at the coast is because the Teleri loved the water the most. As a result, they lived there. Can I maybe switch to my Aman map? So yeah, this area here, west of this Pelori mountain range, is Valinor. And this here is not Valinor, and some of the elves lived here in Alqualonde and on Tol Eressëa in Avalone. Avalone, however it's pronounced. It's just sometimes difficult in this word. And yeah, here in this Valinor place, the Valar and Maiar and so on live. As for example, the capital of them, Valmar, and so on. But yeah, originally they were invited here. In the Silmarillion, we have the following lines that maybe talk a bit about this. To these, the Valar had given a land and a dwelling place, even among the radiant flowers of the tree-lit gardens of Valinor. They longed still at times. Let me just read maybe the sentence before. There the Teleri. But the island was not moved again and stood there alone in the bay of Eldamar. Eldamar is basically the east part. So Valinor is west, Eldamar is basically east of the mountains. And it was called Tol Eressëa, the Lonely Isle. There the Teleri abode as they wished under the stars and heaven, and yet within sight of Aman and the deathless shores. And by that long sojourn apart in the Lonely Isle was caused the sundering of their speech from that of the Vanyar and the Noldor. So Tolkien also finds an explanation. Why do the Teleri talk different than the other two? Because they isolated themselves living on that island. And to these, the Vanyar and the Noldor was the last sentence. To these, the Valar had given a land and a dwelling place, even among the radiant flowers of the tree-lit gardens of Valinor. They longed still at times to see the stars, and therefore a gap was made in the great walls of the Pelori. Here, this is this gap. The great walls of the Pelori, these mountains, and there, in a deep valley that ran down to the sea, the Eldar raised a high green hill. Tuna it was called. From the west, the light of the trees fell upon it, and its shadow lay ever eastward. And to the east it looked towards the bay of Elvenhome and the Lonely Isle, and the shadowy seas. Then through the Kalakiria, the Pass of Light, that's what it's called, the radiance of the blessed realm streamed forth, kindling the dark waves to silver and gold, and it touched the Lonely Isle, and its western shore grew green and fair. There bloomed the first flowers that ever were east of the mountains of Aman. Upon the crown of Tuna, the city of the elves was built, the wide walls and terraces of Tirion. And the highest of the towers of that city was the Tower of Ingwe. Mindon and Mindon Eldalieva, hard to say, whose silver lamp shone far out onto the mists of the sea. Few are the ships of mortal men that have seen its slender beam. Interion upon Tuna, the Vanyar, that's one of these three elven clans, Vanyar, Noldor, Teleri, are the three clans, and the Noldor dwelt long in fellowship, and since of all things Valinor they loved most the white tree. Yavanna made for them a tree like to a lesser image of Telperion, save that it did not give light of its own being. I can't say it. Galathelion, it was named in the Sindarin tongue. This tree was planted on the curds beneath the Mindon, and there flourished, and its seedlings were many in Eldamar. Of these, one afterwards planted in Tol Eressëa, and it prospered there and was named Celeborn. Thence came in the fullness of time, as is elsewhere told, Nimlos, the white tree of Numenor. Manwë and Varda loved most the Vanyar, the fair elves, but the Noldor were beloved of Aule, and he and his people came often among them. Great became their knowledge and their skill, yet even greater was their thirst for more knowledge. In many things they soon surpassed their teachers. They were changeful in speech, for they had great love of words, and sought ever to find names more fit for all things that they knew or imagined. As it came to pass, the masons of the house of Finwë, quarrying in the hills after stone, for they delighted in the building of high towers, first discovered the earth gems and brought them forth in countless myriads, and they devised tools for cutting and shaping of gems and carved them in many forms. They hoarded them not, but gave them freely, and by their labor enriched all Valinor. Okay, so yeah, that was also again a long answer, but so basically let me see what the original question even was. Limited place. So they were not limited there. It seems like it was a natural process. They gave them land where they could settle, but even here where the lights of the tree were, sometimes they wanted to see simply the stars. And so this gap was created, and then they settled kind of in this gap, if that makes sense. Some wanted to be closer to the water, so they settled here on the island, or later here in Alqualonde, and so on. But yeah, that was basically the reasons why they settled so far east and not here in Valinor itself, though it seems they would have been allowed to settle there as well. That would be my answer. I have to go and get some sleep. Sleep well, Mark. Thank you for staying with me patiently. I hope I could answer your question somewhat as well. Not sure if it was satisfying, but sleep well, man. Thank you for for being here, for your support and so on. Much appreciated. In Rings of Power book, I think it was actually in Two Towers, but I know what quote you mean. It says there's no weapon you have that can hurt me, or something like that. Do Peter Jackson movie nerf Gandalf the White? Maybe a little bit, I guess. I can maybe try to find the quote. I think it's here. He stepped down from the rock, picking up his grey cloak, wrapped it about him. It seemed as if the sun had been shining, but now was hid in cloud again. Yes, you may still call me Gandalf, he said, and the voice was the voice of their old friend and guide. Get up, my good Gimli. No blame to you, and no harm done to me. Indeed, my friends, none of you have any weapon that could hurt me. Be merry, we meet again at the turn of the tide. The great storm is coming, but the tide has turned. It's one of my favorite quotes, by the way, from Lord of the Rings. We meet again at the turn of the tide. The great storm is coming, but the tide has turned. Relics of Arda, nice to see you. So yeah, that's a fantastic quote if I find. And yeah, this particular scene is quite interesting that he says, none of you have any weapon that could hurt me. Technically, I would argue, maybe if there is one weapon they have, then it's the weapon of Aragorn, which is Anduril at this time. It is forged. Anduril is forged during the Council of Elrond. So in the books, in the film, Elrond brings it later to Aragorn in the last film, but that's different in the books. So that doesn't matter too much, but just as a little side note here. As a result, yeah, I'm not sure, but yeah, Gandalf might be right. His status, what Gandalf is exactly, is a bit hard to tell, but yeah, technically they can't simply hurt Gandalf there. He's very powerful then at this point. There's some, I think they even observe them a moment. Try to find it. It's early on the text. Aragorn looked and beheld a bent figure moving slowly. It was not far away. It looked like an old beggarman walking warily, leaning on a rough staff. His head was bowed, and he did not look towards them. In other lands they would have greeted him with kind words, but now they stood silent, each feeling a strange expectancy. Something was approaching that held a hidden power or menace. Gimli gazed with wide eyes for a while, and step by step the figure drew near. Suddenly, unable to contain himself longer, he burst out, "Your bow, Legolas, bend it. Get ready, it's Saruman. Do not let him speak, or put all spells." I think there's a scene where they also see him doing. At that moment, the old man quickened his pace and came with surprising speed to the foot of the rock wall. Then suddenly he looked up, while they stood motionless looking down. There was no sound. They could not see his face. And so on and so forth. But yeah, I think it's kind of interesting to see. It's an old man looking like a beggar, but suddenly with surprising speed he moves forward and stands on this rock and so on. Rosemary, nice to see you. Greetings. A fight between Elminster and Gandalf. I guess depends on which universe we are playing. But yeah, Rico, I hope that kind of answered your question earlier. And what other question did I... It was a follow-up question, right? But yeah, it's a very interesting scene. Also missed so many questions, chat. So don't. Sorry, already asked. Wait. Do you think the Palantir of the Grey Havens is still in use? In the Fourth Age? Is Gildor really in a pilgrimage to see the stone, which was when the hobbits met him? Okay, that's a good question, Yannick. So we could. What is the source? That's a really good question. I just scrolled up to the other question, so welcome. Discussing Gandalf the White, yeah, I love that guy. Yeah, we briefly talked about this quote, one of my favorite quotes, and him approaching Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas in the forest. And then we have the famous scene, which we also see in the Peter Jackson film adaptation and so on. And he says basically, you have no weapon that can actually hurt me. What do you say? No blame to you and no harm done to me. Indeed, my friends, none of you have any weapon that could hurt me. What was the other question? The source. Yes. That's a really good question because this source is very unusual. So usually when we talk about Lord of the Rings, first of all, maybe I can show you the image here of the thing. It's two towers actually. So let me just switch the screenshot. Sorry, I forgot to activate studio mode. But yeah, this is a scene where we have Gandalf the White meeting the others. Yeah, I also said the same, that the blade of Aragorn could hurt Sauron, in theory. At least the previous version of it could hurt Sauron. So Narsil could cut off the finger, though he was already defeated at this point, but I guess Elendil also fought him, and same with Gil-galad and Aeglos, but yeah. You said never answer it. I come to this. The problem is there's so much going on in chat, you know, I sometimes get distracted easily. So in Lord of the Rings, we when it comes to Tolkien, we often have as sources, when it comes to books he published during his lifetime, Yannick, the Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings. However, there is also the Adventures of Tom Bombadil, and there is another book he published, and that is called The Road Goes Ever On, right? Let me just see if The Road Goes Ever On. Let me just see if I find the correct version of that. Yeah, that could be the correct version of it, yeah. So with Donald Swan, I think it's pronounced, Tolkien made this book. It's like there's a headline, Poems and Songs of Middle-earth, for millions who have read and loved The Lord of the Rings. The Road Goes Ever On, a song cycle, music by Donald Swan. Poetry by John Ronald Reuel Tolkien, complete with easy-to-play chords for guitar and piano. That's what is on the, I think, cover page of several versions of this. It's not printed anymore, so this thing is kind of expensive. I only have like, let's say I got a digital copy of that. And in this, so in you can read in online wikis and stuff that Gildor, the guy in the books, like Frodo and his friends meet on his way to, on their journey to Crick Hollow, they meet the elves, and the Nazgûl are still following them and so on. And Gildor helps them out, and he is coming, like, they just, in the Lord of the Rings, they don't tell you where he's coming from. And in this, like, there are a lot of songs in it, the poetry and so on, and there's also some notes and chords and so on, so you can play it on piano, guitar, and so on. However, Tolkien also added to this book some lore information, interestingly, and it reads as the following on this version that I have a copy of. Let's not talk about that. Page 65. The elves in Rivendell could only be said to gaze afar in yearning, but actually the form is used in the hymn. In the hymn is Palandiriel, past part, having gazed afar. This is a reference to Palantir upon the Tower Hills, the stone of Elendil, see Note 2, Appendix A, Volume 3, page 322. This alone of the Palantiri was so made as to look out only... Wait, let me just read the sentence again. This alone of the Palantiri, so this stone alone of the Palantiri was so made as to only to look... I can't read, chat, I'm so stupid, sorry. Was so made as to look out only west over the sea. After the fall of Elendil, the high elves took back the stone into their own care, and it was not destroyed, nor again used by men. There's an interesting note here that men actually did not use this stone. It was at this point, after the death of Elendil, or the fall of Elendil, an elven stone, basically. And it could, like Tolkien here writes, it was made that it could only look out only west over the sea. So it's very important little notes here. The high elves, such as did not dwell in or near the havens, journeyed to the Tower Hills, the Emun Bereit, as they are called in Elvish, at intervals to look afar at Eresea. So, if we go back here to our map, let's say it's the third age map. That's the wrong map, church. That's second age, sorry. So here are the havens of Lindon and the Tower Hills. Yeah, it's a bit hard to hit, but they are a bit west. Maybe southwest. Maybe I just should show you the actual third age map. That's first age. No, that's third age. So yeah, here is Mislond, the havens. Here is Emun Bereit. Here are the Tower Hill. They're called Tower Hills because there are towers on these hills, and one is called Elosterion, I think, and yeah, and that one the Palantir is stored. So coming back to this thing, they can look to Eresea. I wanted to show this as well. Production here is today not on point, but yeah, you can't see it here. So we go to the... It's a bit chaotic here, but yeah. Here, this is Tol Eressëa, this little island in front of this west continent, and on this island was also a tower, and on this in this tower was the Master Stone. Another Palantir was stored there, and this stone on the other side of the ocean was connected to that stone. I promise I forgot in the other version. In this version I removed the islands. I don't have Tol Eressëa. Just imagine there's an island here. It's missing here for reasons. It's complicated. So these stones are connected. And they can watch over the sea into the west and so on. Keep in mind that my sketch might be a bit off here when it comes to positions of places, but whatever. So let's continue with the text. So at interval, the high elves, such as did not dwell in or near the havens, Mislond, journeyed to the Tower Hills at intervals to look afar at Eresëa, the Elvish Isle, and the shores of Valinor, close to which it lay. The hymn in volume 1, page 250 is one appropriate to elves who have just returned from such a pilgrimage. No doubt Gildor and his companions, since they appear to have been going eastward, were elves living in or near Rivendell, returning from the Palantir of the Tower Hills. On such visits they were sometimes rewarded by a vision, clear but remote, of Elbereth as a majestic figure shining white, standing upon the mountain Oyolosse, Sindarin Uilos. It was then that she was also addressed by the title Fanuilos. Elbereth was the usual name in Sindarin of the Valar called in Quenya Varda, the Exalted. It is more or less equivalent of Quenya Elentari, Star Queen. But Beres actually meant, how is this pronounced? Spouse? English sometimes. Elvish is easier to pronounce. Spouse, I think. Spouse, and was used of one who is queen, a spouse of a king. Varda was spouse of Manwe the Eldar, king chief of the Valar. Fanuilos, also hard to say, the title of Elbereth, see above, which is rendered Snow White, though this is very inadequate. Fana is an elvish element with primarily meaning veil. The Sindarin form Fan was usually applied to clouds floating in veils over the blue sky, or the sun or moon, or resting on hills. In Quenya, however, the simple word Fana acquired a special sense. Owing to the close association of the High Elves with the Valar, it was applied to the veils or raiment in which the Valar presented themselves to physical eyes. So the Fana we know as the body, like of Maiar and Valar and so on. There are several essays about them, for example, in Natures of Middle-earth and in, I think, Morgoth's Ring. These were the bodies in which they were self-incarnated. They usually took the shape of the bodies of elves and men. The Valar assumed these forms when, after their demiurgic labors, they came and dwelt in Arda, the realm. They did not so because their love and desire for children of God, for whom they were to prepare the realm. The future form, they did so because of their, I think I said did not. They did so because of their love. The future forms of the elves and men had been revealed to them, though they had no part in their design or making, and the precise time of their appearance was not known. In these Fanar, they later presented themselves to the elves and appeared as persons of majestic but not gigantic stature, vested in robes expressing their individual natures and functions. The High Elves said that these forms were always in some degree radiant, as if suffused with a light from within. In Quenya, Fana thus with a light from within. In Quenya, Fana thus came to signify the radiant and majestic figure of one of the great Valar. In Sindarin, especially, as used by the High Elves, the originally identical word Fan, cloud, was also given the same sense. Fanuilos, thus in full, signified bright angelic figure ever white as snow. Thus in full signified bright angelic figure ever white as snow. So, kind of interesting that Tolkien gives us a little etymology lesson to these words, to these names, titles, and words. Very fascinating. Like the next sentence. I have often had questions about the grammatical features appearing in Silmarillion fragments. There is no time for answering these. But yeah, we're getting a bit distracted here for your question, Yannick. So this is the source for this. Yeah, it's very fascinating. Like, mostly the book is music, as you say, but it has, as you see, also some interesting lore notes and so on. Even some etymology, like Tolkien goes through the word and explains in a lot of detail what the words mean, what he was thinking when he created them, and so on. It's a very interesting book. It's very unfortunate that I think it's not printed and sold anymore. As a result, getting like an ancient copy from, it came out 66, I think, or 67 even. We have to look that up, chat. I'm not 100% sure. The Road Goes Ever On book. 31st October 1967. Interestingly, in the UK, it was published 1 year later, the 28th of March 1968. So it's quite interesting with this lore information, and has this very fascinating information about Gildor and his companions. So if we go back to the Middle-earth map, just to look a bit at maps, which I always like quite a bit. So what is basically described here, that Gildor came maybe from, I don't know exactly, but maybe from Imladris, and he was on a pilgrimage, and he walked all the way here. It's hard to tell if he walked over Hobbiton, to be honest. Maybe they came also from down here. Very hard to tell from where exactly they came, but maybe they lived somewhere in this area. And they came here this road to Mislond and visited Emin Bereid. At this pilgrimage, maybe looked through the Palantir to see Tol Eressëa on the other side. And then he returned. And interestingly, on their way back, they met the hobbits. I'm not sure and helped them out on some side road or something here. And then he returned to Imladris. And what is interesting, he said there are basically, he mentioned there that there are Nazgul on the way, and so on and so forth. As a result, Gandalf also started riding out and checked the Tower Hills while they were here in these marches, the Midgewater Marshes, I think they were called, and they saw like thunder on the weather top in the distance, like lightning and stuff. And here Gandalf was fighting the Nazgul, waiting there for them, and drew at least 4 of them away. He went all the way up to the Edmures, I assume, very first, and then passed down back to this. And then they also, I think at this point then, Glorfindel also went out. I think maybe Glorfindel was sent because of Gildor, but at least Rivendell started, Imladris/Rivendell started become active thanks to Gildor. So he's an unsung hero actually in the Lord of the Rings, which I find very interesting. Yeah, that's true. Ein Gildor answered their leader, the elf who had first hailed him, Gildor Inglorion, which is a very interesting name, of the house of Finrod. We are exiles, and most of our kindred have long ago departed, and we too are now only tarrying here a while, ere we return over the great sea. But some of our kinsfolk dwell still in peace in Rivendell. Come now, Frodo, tell us what you are doing, for we see that there is some shadow of fear upon you. So it's interesting that he says they call themselves exiles. It's indeed a very interesting detail here in the text. What they basically mean with exiles is that, they left Aman, their home, and now live in a weird exile, but now they're allowed to return. I guess that's what is meant here. We are exiles, Noldor, who came to Middle-earth with Feanor and have not yet returned to the west. See note for page 79. So there's another thing here. Yeah. The high elves met in these books are exiles returned back over the sea to Middle-earth after the events. I'm currently, by the way, reading the Reader's Companion for Lord of the Rings. Wayne Hammond and Christina Scull. Returned back over the sea after the events which are the main matter of the Silmarillion, part of the main kindred of the Eldar, the Noldor, masters of lore, or rather a last remnant of these, for the Silmarillion proper and the first age ended with the destruction of the primeval dark power, of whom Sauron was a mere lieutenant, and the rehabilitation of the exiles who returned again over the sea. Those who lingered were those who were enamored of Middle-earth and yet desired the unchanging beauty of the land of the Valar. Letter. It's from one of the letters. Unfortunately, they don't call. I have to look up which letter it is. (144), very famous one actually. But yeah. Yeah, it seems that he was born in Valinor. It's actually a good point. He also says he's from the house of Finrod, and he calls himself Inglorion. That's in of itself already kind of strange. It's not strange that he's from the house of Finrod, but it's strange that he's called Inglorion. This might be like a leftover that's still in the book. When the Lord of the Rings was published, Finrod was the name of the third son of Finwë, leader of the Noldorin elves, and Finrod had a son called Inglor Felagund. So this might have been changed later or whatever. It's complicated. It's a really complicated matter. But yeah, Felagund is not necessarily meant here. But yeah, Inglorion or Inglor is the son of Galadriel's father. And he later, Galadriel's father became Finarfin, and Inglor becomes Finrod. So it's very confusing. Sometime later in his works on Silmarillion, Tolkien changed the name of the son of Finwë to Finarfin, what I just said, and his son became Finrod Felagund. To agree with this, in the second edition, The Lord of the Rings, 1965, he changed the description of Galadriel at the beginning of Appendix B from sister of Felagund of the house of Finrod to sister of Finrod Felagund, and Appendix F, Lady Galadriel of the royal house of Finrod rather than Felagund, because Lady Galadriel of the royal house of Finarfin yet became Lady Galadriel of the royal house of Finarfin. Yet Tolkien left House of Finrod unchanged in Book 1, Chapter 3, probably an oversight, though a reference to Finrod Inglor in papers associated with the telling of the story of Bered and Luthien and the Razortop, Book 1, Chapter 11, might indicate that Tolkien was already pondering the change of names. It is strange that there is no mention of Gildor in the Silmarillion papers written either before or after the publication of The Lord of the Rings, yet Tolkien wrote Galadriel, Gil-galad, and even briefly the ends into the earlier history. The only Gildor to be found there is a man named of the companions of Barahir, father of Beren, introduced after the completion of The Lord of the Rings, but before its publication. Inglorion would seem to connect Gildor, especially with Inglor Felagund, yet apart from briefly considering Inglor as a possible father for Gil-galad. Tolkien had him remain unmarried because his beloved had stayed in Valinor. Tolkien may have thought of Gildor as the son of one of Finrod Felagund's brothers, or may simply have used names which seemed suitable for the purpose, or he may have intended the phrase of the house of to mean one closely associated with the family of Finrod, a member of the household. So yeah, very interesting. Question: why is Amon Ereb on this map? Because shoutouts to Kirdan, my moderator, who made this. And yeah, he thought it's interesting that this could be Amon Ereb. Oh, Kirdan is actually there. Then he can answer your the question. That's awesome. Maybe I have an old version of the map. That's an explanation. Or it's it makes sense from the geography. Does this mean we can still loot Denethor's remains? Maybe. But it's pretty nice. And talking about you just pop up in chat. I love it. Also, nice to see you, Kirdan. A digital copy that happened to fall off the LotR. Yeah, sorry that I didn't catch up with chat, but I had to do so much reading here that I kind of lost it. I hope it's still interesting for you people. It's always nice if I can basically say, yeah, another person can answer the question better. And yeah, Kirda knows the map lore pretty well, so I appreciate his efforts tremendously. But yeah, maybe, I'm not sure. I have also the first age map. Here is Amon Ereb. And yeah, on the first age map in Beleriand. Maybe this is an old version. Keep this in mind. Sometimes my file system is a bit messy when there's an update for a map or something. The hills round Lake Elevorn had to be scaled down. Keep in mind that also these maps are differently zoomed in. Hi Frodo, we left paradise on a hellbent quest for revenge and glory. Now we are still sulking over it. It's really funny that, yeah, we are exiles. You can trust us completely. It's kind of funny. Yeah, Yannick, I hope this answers your question, right? If you still have not fallen asleep here. Time Lord, can anybody explain the fall of Gondolin for me? So if we go to the first age, by the way, we talked about Avalone. This is a tower on, this is Tol Eressëa and this is Avalone. Oops, the thing made by Benef. Shoutouts to him. But yeah, I want to show the first age. So Gondolin is here. And it's kind of hidden, and due to like Morgoth, it was like in a hidden valley. And so on. Gotta go to bed. Take care, everyone. Roseberry, thank you so much for joining here as well. Good night. Sleep well. Schlaf gut. And yeah, glad you could make it. Next time I try to start earlier with a LotR stream, but today it was not really possible, unfortunately. You almost lost your German accent when I did this voice. Yeah, that's kind of, it's possible, but I should not make voices, I think. So yeah, that's Gondolin here in this mountain valley. It's actually pretty close to Morgoth. Morgoth lives somewhere here in Angband. Here's a fortress called Angband. And it's relatively nearby, but he never could find it because it was hidden for reasons. And there were several incidents that happened. The biggest problem, I guess, came from within, and it has to do with an elf named Maglor. Not Maglor, what's his name, chat? I'm currently not... Maeglin, not Maglor. Maeglin. And that one is an interesting one. Because Maeglin is, yeah, let's say it's kind of a strange person. Also, I try to find artwork desperately in the background, but I'm failing. Actually, I think this should be Maeglin. Yeah, that's him. Shout out to Sara Morello as well. What other thing I want to show? Ted Naismith made also a famous Gondolin artwork. Several actually. But yeah, so here in this hidden valley, there they built a city. I think it was there to look somewhat similar to Tirion. Let me see if I find this. Funnily enough, Tirion we also have seen in Lord of the Rings, in Rings of Power. I know it's not that popular, chat, but what can I do? It's Tirion. It looks pretty nice. The city here to the left is Tirion on Tuna. There's a tower as well, interestingly, but it has not this light, which we read earlier in the Silmarillion here. And Ted Naismith, of course, there is this light on this tower there in the background. Interesting detail, of course. But yeah, here we have multiple versions of this particular place. If Tirion was built with the help of the Valar and Gondolin was not, then Gondolin may be the pinnacle of elven architecture in all history. Yes, potentially you could say that. But to be fair, there were visions. Like Nargothrond and Gondolin were also visions of the elves given to Turgon and to, I think, Finrod, right? Yes. Galadriel's brother, who then made their places. So Ulmo and so on had definitely their hands here in this, in some shape or form as well. But yeah, of course, the design of the building was definitely done by the elves. So yes. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Well, there are some other stories maybe as well, but yeah. It's interesting. Yeah, whatever. Maeglin was the what do you call it? The grandson of no, not the nephew of Turgon, the grandson of Fingolfin, but the nephew of currently thinking if I'm not talking nonsense, but yeah, it should be right. Whatever, doesn't matter too much. He was the nephew of Turgon. He was the son of Turgon's sister Arithel. And Eol. That's a complicated story as well. However, he was out kind of mining actually, which is interesting. It's hard to believe that elves go mining or something. He was a bit out, and then he was caught off guard by forces of Morgoth, and they made a deal, and he would basically betray Gondolin with this deal because he was in love with Idril. I think we also have a Idril artwork of Sara Morello. Pretty sure we have. I think that's also one I liked. He was in love with Idril, and Idril is the grandmother of Elrond and Elros by his father's side, and yeah, he was in love with him, but Idril was in love with another, the grandfather of Elrond, with Tuor. Now I have to get through all my artworks here really quick to make this here kind of work, chat. There's actually one of Kimberly. Yeah, we take that one. Why not, chat? I haven't seen Kimberly 80 artwork yet, which is one of the newer one of her artworks. And yeah, Tuor was interesting, not an elf, he was a man. He later became an elf, though, which is also very unusual. But this Elrond's family is kind of special in this regard. So he said, yeah, I give you Gondolin, I want Idril for it. And yeah, in the end, Tuor basically had to fight Maeglin. They escaped through a secret tunnel because that Idril had built, and she had the gift of foresight, so she built a tunnel, they could escape through it. Glorfindel had, like, Gondolin, when Morgoth found out where it is, sent all his troops there. There are different versions, a very old story as well, the fall of Gondolin, and so on. It's a cool story. Balrogs were there. Glorfindel was also from Gondolin and was important there, and he fought one of the Balrogs that went after the refugees escaping from Gondolin later and saved them, and so on and so on. Imagine becoming an elf. Yeah, it's a complicated story, just to summarize it really quick. And the story of Tuor is also very interesting. Like, he escapes, and then Ulmo talks to him. Turgon is supposed, potentially there in the castle in the background is, what's it called? Vanyamar or something like this. Let me look it up. No. What is it called, chat? Tuor. Forgot the name. Of course, I write it wrong. Something with a V. Vinyarma, that's the name. Got it. There's also a beautiful artwork of Ted Naismith of Vinyarmar. Such a cool story. I find a lot of interesting details about it in the what's it called, the Unfinished Tales and so on. So with Vinyarmar, and the king of Gondolin, before Gondolin was built, was living here, and he was supposed to leave the shield and I think a sword and so on, and there was a swan on the shield in Vinyarmar that he found, and then on the coast there was another character that was washed ashore that was called Voronwe. We know later a dude, also Kimberly 80 artwork of Voronwe. A lot of cool artworks around the story, to be honest, but it's also a pretty cool one. Thank you, chat, Vinyarmar. I was fast enough to look it up as well. I think Vanyarmar sounds wrong. Vinyarmar it was. Yeah, after seeing Balrogs ride on dragons and orcs transported in tanks, you'll cope with unexpected outcomes. Yeah, for sure. It's to be fair, there are a lot of different iterations of the story. I think the tanks are cut out and the transporting dragons are cut out. Originally, at this this story was written in the 1910s. So 1916, 17, something like that. Very old story stuff. And there, Tolkien had more of his World War I impressions kind of built into the story. have these, like I said, you mentioned tanks and stuff. So that's very interesting how Tolkien writes the downfall here. But he, like, Tuor is basically sent on a mission by Ulmo here. He's found here. Ulmo talks to him. And Voronwë comes from Gondolin. He knows where it is. So he can guide Tuor there. And Ulmo gives the task to Tuor to warn Gondolin of what might to come if they don't leave. Like, Tuor basically says, you have to abandon Gondolin or you are doomed. And they, of course, don't listen to Tuor, but he still has kind of a high standing and so on. It's a very cool story, I think. And yeah, also in this early version, the Balrogs. Let me see if I have a film screenshot ready for Balrog. No. And here I find Balrog 8. I know it's my file. Yeah. Very early on, there were armies of Balrogs, but they were not as powerful. And Tolkien kind of made them more powerful, but reduced their numbers. So quality over quantity, you could say. And then later we discussed this a lore stream ago or two. I can't remember. And in these streams, we have discovered or kind of talked about the actual number. How many Balrogs survived this? And he said there were just a handful, basically. Not more than 7, something like that, he said. I forgot even again in which book it was mentioned, to be honest. I can't fully remember the quote anymore. But yeah, a lot of things changed. The Balrogs became more powerful, but less in numbers, so there were only a couple. And we know 2 die in Gondolin at least. And then there's later the War of Wrath, where potentially also Balrogs are destroyed. So it's very likely to assume that Durin's Bane might be the last one. It's also possible that there might be another one who escaped, but I think it's very unlikely to assume there are more than 1 or 2 in the Third Age still around in business, basically. As I read somebody's post, he was saying that Tuor was really overrated and he doesn't deserve the credit he was given. What do you think? I disagree. Like, Tuor is absolutely epic. I love Tuor. Tuor is one of my favorite characters in the Silmarillion, so I don't think he's overrated at all. Also, like, we mentioned Maeglin. Now I have to find Maeglin again, because I overwrote this. But yeah, Maeglin's father, Eorl, killed Maeglin's mother by accident. He wanted to kill his son, I think. But Arizel jumped in front of him to tank the poisoned spear, whatever it was. And then Arizel died, and then Turgon was very angry at Eorl and let him basically, not sure if there's an artwork for that as well. Yeah, there is one. We can see it here by Ted Naismith. He let him throw off the walls of Gondolin, basically, and he cursed his son Maeglin that he should have the same fate as him. So, and when he was thrown off the wall, he smote against the wall 3 times. And later, when Tuor, during the siege or during the the fall of Gondolin, had to battle with Maeglin. He also managed to kick Maeglin off the wall, and he also smote when he fell down the wall 3 times when he died. I find that's pretty. It's kind of cool story in my opinion. I like that. It feels very mythologic, but I really like it. That one's way out of scale. In Nature of Middle-earth, Elgarest is described as being 550 miles from Ered Luin. Eglarest is on the map, just for people to know what I'm even talking about. The Gondolin stuff is pretty cool. Here's Eglarest, and Eglarest to the Misty Mountains is 550 miles according to the Nature of Middle-earth. I definitely know that Murdo had a revelation when he read Nature of Middle-earth when it comes to sizes, because there was some interesting information there. Made the map before that book came out, so had to edit the entire size of Beleriand to it. Okay, that sounds like a lot of work. Yeah, it's really great to have some numbers there. Oh, Theologist, you have to leave. Then thank you for your question. I hope I could answer it and you found the stream interesting, so you can maybe come back next time. And I wish you also a good night, good rest, good evening. Thank you for joining. Have also a wonderful night to you as well. I know it's very late here already, time-wise, but yeah. Today will also be a shorter LotR stream, I can already tell you that, because I started very late. I'm already starting to get tired. And I have to get up early tomorrow, so... Yeah, for me as well. 20... Like, it's... What is it called? 23:37 is for me as well. Can you tell me more about what does the new Parma Eldelamberon mean? There's a new issue of Parma Eldelamberon? Wasn't the last came out in, I don't know, the 80s? No, 2013. Okay, I'm actually surprised it is this late. 19th of September. Very interesting. Who's the editor? Christopher Gilson and Arden R. Smith. Very interesting. I have not looked into that, to be honest. But yeah, there seems to be a lot of Tengwa and other stuff. I'm definitely not up to date here. I have to admit, though, the Parma Eldelamberon is always very expensive. How many pages? 146. Well, it's actually okay, I guess. But it's print on demand, so it's a very niche book. I'm not even sure if you can get some of the old issues, like 21. 17, I think, is like a very important one. Did not expect that. So I always thought the Palmer would be much older. Very interesting. So, chat, where were we here in the thing? Wasn't there some more questions in chat? I unfortunately skip often tons of questions, so sometimes you just have to, you know, repost your questions because I'm not able to keep up with everything. Mart asked if there's a map of Middle-earth that shows all the different, not really unfolding. Some settlements of the dwarf we simply don't know. It's a bit unfortunate. Maybe some fan made a mess, something with roundabout. I think the best when it comes to maps. Unfortunately, it's not up to date. That's also a big problem, I guess. But Karen Wynne Fonstead made her map, I think, in the 80s or so. The Atlas of Middle-earth, it's called. But she put a lot of work into this thing. 81 it came out, yes. As a second edition, unfortunately, she had not access to all the information. Were there famous dwarves that used swords as favorite weapon and not or hammer, not axes or hammer? I guess Thorin Oakenshield used. Well, technically, is a club a hammer? Because we can read. Well, he had an axe, to be fair. First of all, I need to go to Lord of the Rings, find you the quote. That's not easy. Appendix A. I think it would have been smarter to directly go to B. It is said that Thorin's shield was cloven, and he cast it away, and he hewed off with his axe a branch of an oak, and he held it in his left hand to ward off the strokes of his foes, or to wield as a club. In this way he got his name. So here we can also read that he used his oak branch not only as a shield but also as a club. So I guess if that counts. He also later had Orcrist as weapon. That's the only example, though I think you are looking for other examples. Okay, that's one example I can think of. there's Azarkal in the Silmarillion, but the Naugrim, the dwarves, made a circle about him, Glaurung, about him when he assailed them, and even his mighty armor was not foolproof against the blows of their great axes. And when his rage, and in his rage, Glaurung turned and struck down Azarkal, lord of Belegost, and crawled over him. With his last stroke, Azarkal drove a knife into his belly, and so wounded him that he fled the field. And the beasts of Angband in dismay followed after him. Then the dwarves raised up the body of Azarkal and bore it away, and with slow steps they walked behind, singing a dirge in deep voices, as it were a funeral pomp in their country, and gave no heed more to their foes, and none dared to stay them. You are reaching with Azarkal. Yeah, I guess I do, but that's the is there any that is potentially, my opinion, doesn't it count a bit at least? Of course I'm reaching a bit, but that are the only two cases I currently can come up in my mind. I wonder if Tolkien ever toyed with the idea of including a dwarf that turns into a dragon like Fafnir. Thanks for the answer. Don't worry. I wish I had a better answer, to be honest, but currently... Okay, there's one candidate. I think it's mostly Access, to be honest. Can just click here. I think a mattock, is the pronunciation correct? Like, we know that knowing use, like, there's the word mattock that is used sometimes. I'm not sure it's pronounced. So let me read here from Appendix A. Soon Noin, Nain, Nine, however you pronounce him. I use the Old Norse pronunciation, so the long A is O, so it's Noin. Soon Noin made a great stroke with all his strength that remained, but Azog darted aside and kicked Noin's leg, so that the mattock splintered on the stone where he had stood. But Noin stumbled forward. Then Azog, with a swift swing, hewed his neck. His mail collar withstood the edge, but so heavy was the blow that Noin's neck was broken and he fell. It's hard to tell if they're superior to elves and men. So I guess sometimes, maybe in general, in army. I'm not sure, chat. Hard to tell. Yeah, Húrin also, and fought till his axe withered. I'm not sure though if is a mattock an axe as well. I mean, it also sounds very dwarvish. Or is this just another word for axe? I'm not 100% sure. Yeah. I mean, the dwarves definitely made swords in this regard. Like Narsil, for example, is a sword. Yeah, it's a digging pick, but one of the lobes is like a heavy duty hoe. Yeah, okay. Not even sure if it's pronounced like that, but whatever. Let's not talk about that. Also, welcome, Stephen. How? I have to look up the... Something like that. Swords of trade, yeah. So Narsil, for example, is a dwarven sword made by Telchar. I think it's even mentioned in Lord of the Rings. Yeah. It is an elvish sheath. In this elvish sheath dwells the blade that was broken and has been made again. Telchar, dwarven smith, first wrought it in the deeps of time. Death shall come to any man that draws Elendil's sword, save Elendil's heir. A flail-spiked mace Morningstar would be a nice weapon for a dwarf, for sure. Yeah, exactly. It's interesting because, yeah, they made good swords, that for sure. They also made good knives, like we have Angrist, the sword which at some point Beren got it and he used it to get one of the Silmarillion out of Morgoth's crown, then it snapped in this ridiculously powerful task. It has one use, and then after one use it's removed from your inventory, I guess. Yeah, it might be a cultural thing that the dwarves go for axes and hammers and stuff like that. My typing on the phone is terrible, don't worry. As long as I can mostly read what you are writing, then it's fine. Could you please cite that peoples of Middle-earth quote about dwarves being great fighters? To be honest, yeah, that might also, Nicholas, a good argument that the dwarves are just naturally stronger. That's why they use weapons like these. That's for sure a good explanation. Do you have any word that appears that you know that so I can find the quote? Because I currently cannot come up with how the sentence where this is mentioned was phrased. Like you said, the word redoubtable. Is this something that appears? Yeah, here it is actually. I think I found it then. Stronghold, North Memorial, blah, blah, blah. Iron Hills, where mines were the chief source of iron ore. They regarded the Iron Hills, the Eret Mithrin, and the East Dales of the Misty Mountains as their own land, but they were under attack from orcs of Morgoth. During the War of the Jewels and the Siege of Angband, very interesting. Let me just check which text it is. Relations of the Longbeard dwarves and men. This is a subcategory. I think it is of dwarves and men, right? Yeah, it's of dwarves and men. Very interesting chapter as well. The chief advantage of them was their freedom to proceed unhindered with their own work and to refine their arts, especially in metallurgy, and the marvelous skill which these reached before the declining and dwindling of the Khazad. This system developed slowly, and it was long before the Longbeards felt any need to learn the language of their neighbors, still less to adopt names by which they could be known individually to outsiders. This process began not in barter and trade, but in war, for the Longbeards had spread southwards down the vales of Anduin and had made their chief mansions and stronghold at Moria, and also eastward to the Iron Hills. Here we have an interesting mention that very early on they also were already in the Iron Hills, where the mines were their chief source of iron ore. They regarded the Iron Hills, the Eret Mithrin, and the East Dales of Misty Mountains as their own land, but they were under attack from the orcs of Morgoth during the War of the Jewels and the Siege of Angband. When Morgoth needed all his strength, these attacks ceased, but when Morgoth fell and Angband was destroyed, hosts of orcs fled eastward seeking homes. They were now masterless and without any general leadership, but they were well armed and very numerous, cruel, savage, reckless in assault. In the battle that followed, the dwarves were outnumbered, and here's the sentence now. In the battles that followed, the dwarves were outnumbered, and though they were the most redoubtable warriors of all speaking peoples, they were glad to make alliance with men. They did not willingly adopt new things or customs and retained many practices that seemed strange to Eldar and other Atani, with whom they had few dealings except in war. Nonetheless, they were esteemed as loyal allies and redoubtable warriors, though the companies that they sent to battle beyond their border were small, for they were and remained to their end a small people, chiefly concerned to protect their own woodlands, and they excelled in forest warfare. Indeed, for long, even the orcs, specially trained for this, dared not to set foot near their borders. One of the strange practices spoken was that many of their warriors were women. We are, by the way, talking not about dwarves here. We're talking about the Haladi, the people of Halis, the Haladin, the House of Halis. So they're the other time than the word redoubtable. It's good that you remembered redoubtable, because that definitely helped. Nice stream, thank you. Yeah, glad, Waterpipe Champ, that you enjoy the stream here. A hammer for them is like a larger sword for men. But I like the theory with him being stronger. Of course, for hobbits, their size is limiting, but I think for the dwarves it's a bit different, and the dwarves are strong and sturdy and so on. Yeah, and dwarves are also not necessarily smaller than hobbits. Let us see, chat. So here in this shot where we see the Fellowship of the Ring, I think Peter Jackson was able to have like the right size for the most part of the hobbits and so on. We see that Gimli is taller than the hobbits in this shot. So I haven't looked it up what exactly size-wise Tolkien said about dwarves and hobbits. But let's believe Peter Jackson did his homework and said it's a perfect shot, especially John Rhys Davies, Sir John Rhys Davies, has is actually pretty tall, I think, and he had like the perfect size in this, like you said. Yeah, we cast him perfectly for. That's in some audio commentary about this, I remember. Agreed, it would only limit the style used by the dwarves, but one with great sword would be terrifying. I find interesting that Gimli makes a remark that the Dune Landing soldiers are dangerous for him because they are tall. Oh, interesting. Yeah, of course, ChatGPT is also now able to create some image stuff, right? But I think only in the paid version. We talked at the beginning also a bit about ChatGPT. Also made a video asking lore questions to it, and it was kind of funny with what kind of answers ChatGPT started to make up. I would assume that's sort of common. I actually think they overdid the small movies, but yeah, here it looks okay. I think he could have wider shoulders though, but that's hard to do without CGI for sure. In Unfinished Tales, telling that Galadriel sees dwarves as good fighters against orcs, story of Galadriel and Celeborn. Yeah, there's definitely another quote as well. I think I know which quote it is. It's, I think, the history of... Yeah, here it is. She looked upon the dwarf, like, let me just read it maybe a bit earlier. I think it's also as a commander thing. In any case, Galadriel was more far-sighted in this than Celeborn, and she perceived from the beginning that Middle-earth could not be saved from the residue of evil that Morgoth had left behind him, save by a union of all the peoples who were in their way and in their measure opposed to him. She looked upon the dwarfs also with the eye of a commander, seeing in them the finest warriors to pit against orcs. Moreover, Galadriel was a Noldor. By the way, here we have a confirmation Galadriel is counted towards the Noldor. And she had a natural sympathy with their minds and their passionate love of craft of hand, and sympathy much greater than that found among many of the Eldar. The dwarves were the children of Aule, and Galadriel, like others of the Noldor, had been a pupil of Aule and Yavanna in Valinor. We have also earlier mentioned that the Manwë and Varda liked the Vanyar most, while the Noldor were actually hanging out with Aule quite a bit as well, because they want to learn their craft and knowledge and so on. I think I also know what you mean with the mention of Easterlings wielding axes, but I'm not sure how it's phrased. I'm not even sure which chapter this could be, chat. Yeah, it's just the first hit. It is interesting. There they had been mustered for the sack of the city and the rape of Gondor, waiting on the call of their captain. He now was destroyed, but Gothmog, the lieutenant of Morgul, had flung them into the fray. Easterlings with axes and Variags of Khand, Southrons in scarlet, and out of the far Harad, black men like half-trolls with white eyes and red tongues. Some now hastened up behind the Rohirrim, others held westward to hold off the forces of Gondor and prevent their joining with Rohan. That is in the chapter, in case you want to read it. I can't tell you could tell you even the page. The Battle of the Pelennor Fields in Return of the King. If you want the page number of this, I have to open this other copy I have, which accidentally have the correct page numbers in it. I don't know, it's not kind of interesting. I'm searching and it is a bit problematic sometimes. That's why I use the other version. It's page 846 in the 50th anniversary edition of the Lord of the Rings. I think that's one you mean. I think there is a note somewhere that the Easterlings were influenced by dwarves, more so by the Avari. So maybe they even picked up the X thing. Interesting. I can't remember where this is written, but it might be possible. Very interesting note, Crafty Spirit, though. That's kind of makes sense. It could be actually that this influence is in peoples of Middle-earth of dwarves and men. Sounds a bit like it. Here's something like this I've found. In ancient days, the Naugrim dwelt in many mountains of Middle-earth, and there they met mortal men, they say, long ere the Eldar knew them. Whence it comes that of the tongues of the Easterlings, many show kinship with the dwarf speech rather than with the speech of the elves. And not necessarily mention the X thing, to be honest, but I still think could be here somewhere. And funny enough, the statues of Argonas, possibly designed to deter Easterlings, carried axes, not swords. Oh, that's also interesting. In the film, it's different. I think they carry swords. In case people wonder, the Argonas, also in the first film, right? I can only show you the film once. And here they have a sword. Argonath. Yeah. The illustration of, for example, John Howe has him. They have an X. Interestingly, no, that's a really good detail. I can't show you I don't have access to the John Howe thing. Nice detail. Let me see. As Frodo was borne towards them, the great pillars rose like towers to meet him. Giants they seemed to him, vast grey figures, silent but threatening. Then he saw that they were indeed shaped and fashioned. The craft and power of old had wrought upon them, and still they preserved through the suns and rains of forgotten years the mighty likeness in which they had been hewn. Upon great pedestals founded in the deep waters stood two great kings of stone. Still with blurred eyes and crannied brows they frowned upon the north. The left hand of each was raised palm outwards in gesture of warning. In each right hand there was an axe. Upon each head there was a crumbling helm and crown. Great power and majesty they still wore, the silent wardens of a long-vanished kingdom. That is in the chapter The Great River. Yeah. Yeah, here Ted Naismith might also have right. I'm not sure if I have access to it. I can only use the Ted Naismith artworks that he has posted on his personal homepage. In other cases, the right situation might not be in my favor or in his favor. Okay, that's cool. Kirdan, that's cool. Has sent me something over Discord. In Middle Ages, axes and hammers were used in many places in North Europe. Okay, makes sense. Let me just see. Images, Argonas. John Howe. Ted Naismith. Yeah, here's... I mean, I don't wonder that Ted Naismith get this right, to be honest. Like, his depictions have, like, usually a lot of cool detail. Let us see. Is Portfolio, Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring. Okay, I should have Ted Naismith's artwork. It's on the home page. Wasn't sure though if I have it. Maybe I forgot to download it at some point, but in theory, I'm really good at downloading Ted Naismith's artworks. Yeah, I have it actually. I forgot about that. But yeah, here we see it as well. So here you have a depiction. This one is from Lord of the Rings. Here they have swords, it seems. Maybe I'm also seeing it wrong, but I think it's swords. And yeah, here's Ted Naismith. You see they both have an X. Well, a fantastic artist. Love Ted Naismith stuff. So it's not weird that those are used in lore-based for Middle Ages European context. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it makes sense then what you say when it was a common weapon. So yeah, pretty nice, I have to admit. We even briefly talked about Gandalf. Yesterday, yeah, we watched the first Hobbit film. It was also pretty cool, I have to admit. I know a lot of people don't like the Hobbit films, though the first one is, in my opinion, still the best. And then it goes a bit downhill with the second one and the third one, to be fair. Though the first one also has problems, don't get me wrong. But I try to find, like, I plan making the watch party of the second Hobbit film next week, so that we can watch that together as well, the extended edition. Second is, I don't know, second and third, it's always tough. They have their moments, to be fair, which I like, but often, yeah, there's so many changes coming up, so many weird decisions. I don't know. But yeah, then when we're getting closer to Christmas, though, we will watch the Lord of the Rings trilogy then as well. Like, I plan every week a film, if that's possible. Otherwise, we have to do something different, but I guess it should work. I can't promise that there will be always, like, this week we have a lore stream here today, and yesterday the watch party. I can't promise that this will be all the time. How were trolls created, and when do they first appear in Tolkien's writings? Okay, it's a tough question, to be honest. There's a very good Hobbit version. I forgot what it's called. It's basically more book accurate, fan edit. Yeah, I know the version. I forgot how it's called, but he cut basically all the nonsense out and made like a 4-hour movie out of it or something. As some user. The problem is, technically, you can't, like, it's a copyright violation. I can't. In theory, of course, we could watch it, but we kind of have to. Yeah, it's complicated. I can't officially link you somewhere and say, hey, you can watch it. I mean, I could, but it could happen that brings me to trouble. You know what I mean? It's a problem. But yeah, there's, for people interested, you might find something somewhere on the internet. So trolls was a question. I wish I had my book here. I can't tell you how trolls were created. Currently checking some early writings of Tolkien. If we find something interesting. No, okay. Stanley, how many significant female characters did Tolkien create? Quite a few, I would say. Like Idril, I would definitely count. Luthien, I would count in the very early stuff. I mean, for the story, what's she called? Niniel. Or Nienor. She is very kind of important for the story as well, I guess. Arizel, you could make an argument for her as well in the early writings. Then, yeah, Hobbit is a bit lacking, to be fair, but we later have definitely Galadriel. Arwen is maybe a special case, I guess. Silmarillion is an interesting character, though she does not have her own story. Eowyn to some degree, though I know that you might argue that it's a complicated thing with her, but and her role as a woman and so on, it's a bit complicated. I know that some people might go into an argument here, but I definitely would also mention her. Arwen's role is in the films a bit bigger than the role is in her in the books. So of course, indirect comparison to males, there are definitely fewer females, but to be fair, Tolkien also created definitely a few important female characters. But coming back to the other question here. Wait a moment, chat. I have to get to books. Yeah, of course. Lobelia, Sackville Baggins, I forgot. Okay, chat, I'm back. Sorry for the short interruption here. Coming back to the troll question. Interesting. I forgot the number though. 283, chat. So the first mention, I have to double check. 83, did I say right? Even have to look up a term because I don't know that. Here it is. Interesting. Okay, so the first mention of trolls is interestingly in the Book of Lost Tales Part 2, or a text published there. And we know that these texts go back to the 1910s, so very early on. It's the only mention in this early text. We find it in the history of Eriol or Elfwine. And yeah, the quote, it's just like a short list. The Battle of Ros. The Island Elves and the Lost Elves against LotR, Gongs, Orcs, and few evil men. Defeat of the Elves. The fading elves retire to Tol Eressëa and hide in the woods. Men come to Tol Eressëa, and also orcs, dwarves, gongs, trolls, etc. After the Battle of Ros, the elves faded with sorrow. So, okay, this sounds very unfamiliar and strange. This is the Book of Lost Tales. This is like very early writings. Some names and stuff you notice, oh, I know that one. And then you read the context and think, okay, it's completely different than what I know from the Silmarillion. So it's very different, but it's often very interesting. This is the earliest mention of the idea this. It's the History of Middle-earth book, part 2. I try to find more information about the Battle of Ros, because I'm not... The Battle of Ros was a great battle between elf, orcs, and dwarves, gongs, and a few evil men, according to the early version of the Legendarium. The Book of Lost Tales. No full detailed account of the battle is given, as it is only mentioned passingly in the Lost Tales. Ros is the name of a promontory in the Great Lands, according to the early version of the Legendarium, continuing Lost Tales. In other later outlines, Ros was either the name of the capital of the elves of Tol Eressëa, or perhaps the name of Tol Eressëa itself. So very interesting. I have to admit, this particular section in the Legendarium, I don't know, or in the Book of Lost Tales, I can't tell you exactly where it's happened. It could be related to something like that. It's also interesting that they fight against dwarves in this particular thing here as well, which is interesting because in this early version the dwarves are also portrayed in a more negative way. The Lost Elves against the Orcs and LotR. But yeah, the LotR are dwarves. Just in case you wondered. Gongs are kind of also orc-like creatures, but I don't know exactly. The time is not ready for the faring force, but the fairies judge it to be necessary. They obtain through Ulmo the help of Uin, and Tol Eressëa is uprooted and dragged near to the Great Lands, nigh to the promontory of Ros. A magic bridge is cast across the interventing promontory of Ros. A magic bridge is cast in... No, I lost the line. A magic bridge is cast across the intervening sound. Also is Ros at the breaking of the roots of the isle. He has said so long ago. Many of his rare sea treasures grow about it, that he tries to wrench it back, and the western half breaks off and is now the Isle of Iverine. Battle of Ross, the island elves and the lost elves against the Nauta. Men come to Tol Eressëa and also orcs, dwarves, gongs, and trolls, etc. After the Battle of Ross, the elves faded with sorrow. They cannot live in air breathed by a number of men equal to their own or greater, and ever as men wax more powerful and numerous, so the fairies fade and grow small and tenuous, filmy and transparent, but men larger and more dense and gross. At last, men, or almost all, can no longer see the fairies. The gods now dwell in Valinor and come scarcely ever to the world, being content with the restraining of the elements from utterly destroying men. They grieve much at what they see, but Ilúvatar is over all. The other page opposite the passage about the battle, a great battle between men and the heath of the sky of roof. The elves and the children flee over the great frost. Okay. That goes too deep into Book of Lost Tales, but it's interesting. But this is the earliest mention of trolls. When it comes to trolls, what is interesting, I think we have only okay, that's interesting. We know from Treebeard that trolls were made by the Dark Lord in mockery of Ents, similar to the belief that I can read the mockery quote from Mockery. Maybe you have heard of trolls. They are mighty strong, but trolls are only counterfeits made by the enemy in the great darkness in mockery of Ents, as orcs were of elves. So says Treebeard in The Lord of the Rings. I think there is another hint in Appendix F or something. I'll look into this in a moment as well. Not sure though. In their beginning far back in the twilight of the elder days, these were creatures of dull and lumpish nature and had no more language than beasts. But Sauron had made use of them, teaching them what little they could learn, and increasing their wits and wickedness. Trolls therefore took such language as they could master from the orcs, and in the Westlands the stone trolls spoke a debased form of the common speech. But at the end of the Third Age, a troll race not before seen appeared in the southern Mirkwood and in the mountain borders of Mordor. Olokai they were called in the Black speech. That Sauron bred them none doubted, though from what stock was not known. Some held that they were not trolls, but giant orcs. But the Olokai were in fashion of body and mind quite unlike even the largest of all kind, whom they far surpassed in size and power. Trolls they were, but filled with the evil will of their master, fell race, strong, agile, fierce, and cunning, but harder than stone. Unlike the older race of the Twilight, they could endure the sun so long as the will of Sauron held sway over them. They spoke little, and the only tongue they knew was the black speech of Barad-dûr. So there's another mention here of the trolls in this context. But that's basically it, chat. The first mention, though, seems to be like Tolkien seems to have this idea in mind for quite some time. If we look into the index of the History of Middle-earth books, Tolkien took trees. Trees is good because there's trolls as well. The next reference for trolls, though, to be fair, is in Lord of the Rings. So he mentions them in this only one time in the Book of Lost Tales Part 2. And then the next reference is in Book 6. And Book 6 is already basically preparation for the Lord of the Rings. Of course, he also mentions the trolls in The Hobbit from the 30s. So a bit earlier, but they don't really appear in many places. We could maybe look into what not Nature of Middle-earth, but what History of the Hobbit has to say about troll as it's shaping. Just bad at finding stuff. Trolls. Okay, a lot of mention of trolls in this book. That's interesting. Trolls with multiple heads appear in many stories, perhaps the most famous of which is Descent's Thoria Moria Castle, where the hero must confront and defeat first a 3-headed troll, then a 6-headed troll, and finally a 9-headed troll. Like so much else in Bilbo's world, trolls enter the mythology through the Lost Tales. However, they played no part in the story of the Elder Days, only appearing on the scene on the cusp of historical times, many ages of men, after the war against Melkor Morgoth. They belong rather to the frame story, the tale of Eriol. In an early outline, I will just read the history of Eriol. He gives a quote here as well. Tolkien pains to tie him to a historical figure, making him father of Hengist and Horsa. Thus, trolls did not enter England until the Germanic invasions, appropriate enough since they derive from Scandinavian and not Celtic or Roman mythology. That's interesting. And are not yet conceived as part of Melkor or Morgoth's retinue. So very interesting. Whatever becomes of the troll wives? I don't know. Isn't there a funny mention in The Hobbit that implies that some trolls have more than one head? What's the deal with the creator in Lord of the Rings, and how does it compare to Tolkien's Catholic beliefs? You mean Eru Ilúvatar? Well, kind of Tolkien tried to make his book compatible with his Catholic or Christian beliefs. Kind of, but not too much on the nose, more for himself, I guess. And in this version, he, like in the original mythology in the Book of Lost Tales, the Valar are actually gods. So Ilúvatar is still there, so he even at this time tried to make it compatible, but they were called gods, and later he calls them powers, Valar, and so on. And yeah, basically they are angels of God, even though they fulfill the roles of a god pantheon like we know from Greek mythology and so on. Also, welcome, Jax. Nice to see you. Yeah, this with the more heads is interesting. I would have to look into this as well, to be fair. Yeah, so there's a line in The Hobbit. Yes, I'm afraid, like, let me just see which chapter it is, just for completeness sake, chat. Roast mutton, of course it is. Makes sense. Yes, I'm afraid trolls do behave like that, even those with only one head each. After hearing all this, Bilbo ought to have done something at once. Either he should have gone back quietly and warned his friends that there were 3 fair-sized trolls at hand in a nasty mood, quite likely to try roasted dwarf or even pony for a change, or else he should have done a bit of good quick burgling. That would always confuse me as a film fan. Yeah, for sure. It's a bit complicated, but yeah, he tried to make this compatible as that. These Valar, who are a god pantheon, like you have a Valar for smithing, you have one for the stars, you have one for nature and so on, for hunting, etc., for the waters. And they feel like, yeah, these are the gods of the world, like we know from other fantasy universes, but then you have this almighty god above everything called Eru Ilúvatar, and turns out he created these other gods, and he is the origin, and he's basically like the Christian god, but the others and these Valar, these powers, these god pantheon gods, are just angels of him, so to say, of higher rank. And then, like, even in the Bible, you have different ranks of angels, or implication that this has like some mythology going to this seraphim, cherubim, or how they're all called, and they're also powers and mights and whatnot, and then become the archangels, the angels, and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, the Valar are also called powers, so potentially also a reference to the Bible here, if you want to make that. Makes sense, since I don't remember any Greek or Roman tales of trolls, but giants, yes. Trolls are North European lore heritage, yeah. It really seems like it. Very interesting. Because Elfwine is like an Anglo-Saxon king, lord, whatever. And originally he goes to Aman and finds the elves, and they tell them the story and then returns. So Tolkien originally planned to kind of connect everything together and connect his mythology with the real world and real world characters and history. That's why this is kind of important. And then, of course, it would be strange the trolls in their origin from the northern mythology enter other mythologies and so on. So very interesting detail here on the trolls. I'm not sure, Crafty Spirit, if this answers your question. I'm not even sure if you asked the question. Also, I hope, Stanley, your question, I'm not sure if I really answered it well, but I can't tell you how many exactly we have to count, but I can. Like, there's a story that Tolkien supported female students in Oxford, even though at the times Tolkien lived, women definitely had not the same role in society as today, and even today we have some leftover expectations what the role of females in our society is. As a result, I would even say Tolkien was at least a bit modern in this kind of modern in his views, which I find very interesting. Even though you have to consider Tolkien was born 1892, I think. I have a really bad date memory. Yeah, 1892. That was definitely a different time, and also upon women there was looked differently upon at this time he was born. That is for sure. In this context, it's kind of fascinating that he added so many actually kind of heroic female characters to some degree, with later Galadriel, with Luthien, and so on. Still curious about the life expectancy and means of reproduction. I mean, in the classic way, often the answer is they reproduce as all, but then there would need to be troll females, which Tolkien never really dived into. Like the elven heaven fit. It's a complicated story. Like, it's really complicated. You could go into some theology here and there and consider that the elves, as we know them from Lord of the Rings, basically, there's some theories. It's not that I agree with this theories. Just to give you one example, there's like the theory that basically the elves are kind of a version of men, how men would be if men would not have fallen for the sin originally, like the original sin. If they would not have fallen for that, then men could be the actual elves. Maybe about 12 important females at all. Yeah, 12 could be the number, something like that. But yeah, if you look out for it, of course, in Tolkien you find many. I'm not Catholic though, so I'm not too familiar with Catholic theology and so on. Keep this in mind. It is not an area of expertise where I feel very comfortable giving you good answers. That's also the reason why, for example, the pregnancy for elf women takes long, but it's not that stressful or difficult compared to men, to females of humans in comparison. You know what I mean? Because if you look into the Bible, there's like when Adam and Eve get kicked out of the paradise, they are kind of cursed by God, and to the woman, to Eve, he says, under pain you shall I don't know the exact words, but you shall give birth to your children, and this is different for the elves. There's a lot of interpretation you can do there. It's for sure an interesting question, but I often like to look more this. I mean, Tolkien was not a fan of allegories, though he had inspiration. I would call it Tolkien was inspired by some of his stuff, and since he was a devout Catholic, he can only write down what is part of himself. So find a lot of the world views, what he views as good, his moral compass is definitely heavily inspired by his faith for sure. And as a result, you find parts of it. But Tolkien did not mean to write The Lord of the Rings or his world as some kind of biblic story that is completely compatible. He wanted to create mythology, and that is what Tolkien did. But under the, I don't know, if you go into details, you notice that he also tried to make it, maybe because he couldn't write it differently, because his face is a part of himself, he tried to make what he wrote compatible with his face, and as a result, since Tolkien was a very smart and educated man, he definitely tried to make it somewhat compatible, and that you can definitely research or look into it. But I would still say, and that is kind of different for his friend C.S. Lewis, that he did not try to be too on the nose with the religious themes and ideas and so on. You can still see it as mythology and still get a lot of fun and out of it, even though they have nothing to do with the Catholic Church or faith and so on. It's definite, or even with Christianity. And so it's very interesting. Even though it's an interesting topic, I agree. Well, there are so few examples of successful redemption in the legendary. Most who receive a second chance mess it up. I guess that's humanity in a nutshell. Do we really learn? Kind of feels we are very good at making the same stupid mistakes every time again. Also, like, Bearden and Luthien get a second chance, and I think they don't mess up. But you are right, there are definitely also examples where, let's say, people could have made better decisions and then continued making stupid decisions, even after being warned, hey, maybe do not do this. And then say, well, we still do that. And then it got more terrible. I think that makes also for an interesting story. Like, in Tolkien's world, there is God, and there are his angels, forces of good, very powerful. And they actually sometimes care about the elves and about men, and then they send a messenger and say, warn these guys. And then the warning is heard, and they say, no, we do the exact opposite, because reasons. That's what humanity basically is, if that makes sense. Like, for example, Tuor was warning Turgon to leave Gondolin behind. And he decided to not listen, because Mygelin and others spoke against this and convinced the king, well, we should maybe not listen to them. Or Círdan went to Nargothrond and also warned them. But they listened to Túrin, of all people, and yeah. We know the end of the story of Nargothrond then. But the world, like a story, Tolkien was also writing stories. Mythologies are kind of also stories. And stories always need a conflict. Like, if everybody would be like Galadriel's father, like Finarfin, then, like, Helen says it always, he's boring, you know? Fëanor is a very interesting character because he does not listen to advice. He's not wise. He does stupid decisions all the time. And he's very angry. And that creates a story, because that creates conflict, and you need conflict for a good story. Otherwise, like, if Fëanor would have said, well, the Valar and Ilúvatar and all my advisors, they are right. I should just leave it be. I should have just given the Valar my gems, they would have restored the trees, and everybody would be happy living until the end of time and say, screw you, Morgoth. And then we would have no story. We would not have elves in Middle-earth and so on. The question is, if Aragorn himself never messed up? But yeah, his line kind of messed up. But I think it's more a movie thing, you know? In the books, Aragorn wants to become king. In the movies, he has to make this character development. It makes complete sense to change this character, in my opinion. So I also like movie Aragorn quite a bit, even though he's very different from book Aragorn. Because in the books, he has his character development already completed. You understand how he completed this development while reading the book. But it's nothing he has to achieve during the journey. Like, Aragorn is already completed when Frodo meets him. And for the most part, at least. And that is different. That will not work that well on film. So I can understand why they say, well, Aragorn actually struggles with his line and thinks his line has failed, and he has the same weakness, and he has to overcome this view and become like a better king than the kings before, and so on. So in this regard, in the films, he tries to redeem his line, or has to learn how to redeem his line, if that makes sense. He has to learn how to become a better king than Isildur, and so on. Even though Isildur, it's a bit unfair for Isildur. We often say he failed, but Isildur, in my opinion, did not fail. Isildur had a task that he could not win. Like, it was an unwinnable task. Like, Isildur did everything right his whole life. He saved the White Tree, or seedlings of the White Tree. He survived the madness in Númenor. He escaped, and so on. Like, so many little things Isildur had to do in his life where he had to make the right decision. That was sometimes very bold, but he somehow survived it. He saved the White Tree a second time and escaped from the attacks of Sauron and so on in Minas Ithil and so on. Like, there were so many things he did right in his life. He brought his family into safety, and in the end he gets utterly destroyed because he fails once. Like, he did one stupid decision, and this decision he made was not even his decision. Like, it was impossible for him to destroy the One Ring. Nobody could have done that. Not even Isildur. And yeah, he loses a lot. Like, he dies, his several of his sons die, his companions, a lot of them die, and so on. And I think only there are like two survivors at the end. Like everybody's killed basically, and his youngest son is too young to be in his company, else he would have died too, I guess. So only because he's with his mother in Rivendell or whatever, his youngest son survives, and his wife, of course, which is interestingly not named. Poor Isildur in this regard. They even cuts off the ring from Sauron's hand, defeats Sauron, but the last step where Elrond and Círdan advise him to destroy the One Ring, the fires of Mount Doom, he says, no, I can't do that. I will keep it as an heirloom. And then later, he dies in an orc ambush, kind of, or most of it dies. Isildur's my favorite king of Gondor by far. Yeah, for sure. I also really like Isildur. He's a great dude. He's a very interesting character, I think. I think the same as you, Chris, yeah. I mean, Tolkien even writes this in this letter, that Frodo could not have destroyed the One Ring. He fails at the end as well, as everybody would have failed. Like, a mortal man can't destroy the One Ring that easily and get rid of it. Tolkien even writes the only way would have been if Frodo cast himself with the ring into the fire. That might be the only way he could have done it. Yeah, Aragorn denying the ring is definitely something also very important. That even if Aragorn had gotten the ring, he could have not destroyed the ring as well. And yeah, I don't know. It's very unfortunate for Isildur. I mean, Isildur also lived quite long, to be fair. Let me see, how old was Isildur? 234. So he was already old. He had a long life. His life could have been longer, to be fair, but yeah. It's very unfortunate for his two sons, though, I think. Elendor and... actually 3 sons, right? I think I forgot one. Yeah. Elendor, Aratan, Cirion, 3 sons he had. And then the 4th was Valandil, and Valandil was too young. Well, actually, it wasn't that young, actually. Now looking at it, 11, 13, I think, was Valandil. Kind of interesting. The other sons are much older. Like Cirion, the second youngest son, was born 21. Can't do the math, chat. 51 years earlier. Oh, that's a long gap, but I guess if you have that long lifespan, that kind of works. Yeah, the hobbits are very resilient against the evil, in a way, especially like Frodo, Bilbo. I mean, Bilbo also, like, Bilbo's the only ring bearer who leaves the kind of willingly the One Ring behind, which is like, with the help of Gandalf, of course, but it's still a very impressive deed, in my opinion. And he had the ring for also quite some time. He didn't use it frequently, to be fair, but he had it for a long time. well, 59, 60 years roundabout, right? Could Gandalf handle the ring in the books? Interestingly, in the books he handled the ring a bit. Like in the film he doesn't dare to touch it, but interesting in the books Gandalf actually picks it even up for a moment. But he can't take it. That would be too dangerous. Like he can't be the keeper of the ring. How long was Gollum tortured at Barad-dûr? With how many stars would he rate Stay? Thank you, Crafty Spirit, for your question. I don't know how long. Also, I'm not sure. Yeah, he was for quite some time in the captivity. It's hard to tell how long he was. I mean, I guess the whole stay might be a torment. I try to find where he puts it. Bilbo took it out of the envelope, but just as he was about to set it by the clock, his hand jerked back and the packet fell on the floor. Before he could pick it up, the wizard stooped and seized it and set it in its place. A spasm of anger passed swiftly over the hobbit's face again. Suddenly it gave way to a look of relief and a laugh. Well, that's that, he said. Now I'm off. What was the other question? The time frame when of Gollum's captivity. Oh, I think for that to reconstruct a bit, we have to go. I don't know. Like I read it so many times, I forgot simply the numbers. It's as simple as that. So 2944, Gollum leaves the mountains and begins to search for the Thief of the Ring. 2951, Gollum turns towards Mordor. 2980, about this time Gollum reaches the confines of Mordor and becomes acquainted with Shelob. 3001, that's a birthday. Gandalf suspects his ring to be the One Ring. The guard of the Shire is doubled. Gandalf seeks for news about Gollum. And then Gandalf and Aragorn renew 3009. Gandalf and Aragorn renew their hunt for Gollum at intervals during the next 8 years, searching in the Vales of Anduin, Mirkwood, and Rhovanion to ensure to the confines of Mordor. At some time during these years, Gollum himself ventured into Mordor and was captured by Sauron. So it's not 100% clear when exactly. And then 3017, Gollum is released. So if he would have been captured 3009, Gollum would be 8 years, but it could be less. So up to 8 years, I would say. Potentially a few years less, because it's not clear when he is captured exactly during this time, I think. Next date is 3017, so 3009 to 3017 is 8 years. It's weird the films changed that, broke his staff and made Gandalf fall off his horse to the Witch King. Yeah, that's a scene. It's only in the extended edition, to be fair. But yeah, it's a strange change, which is also one of the few I don't like, to be fair. Means Gollum spent decades creeping around Mordor and its confines before he was captured. Yes. What would Sauron have looked like when Gollum was brought before him? He does talk about 4 fingers on his hand, yes. So, I don't know. What am I searching for? I think it's in the Council of Elrond. There's only the mention that he has a black hand. My voice is leaving me slowly, chat. Okay, I missed what I was looking for, as always. The ring misses maybe the heat of Sauron's hand, which was black and yet burned like fire, and so Gil-galad was destroyed. So, yeah, Sauron's potentially, basically he was terrible to behold. There was some descriptions we get from Tolkien here and there that are very vague. We know he had only 4 fingers, because Gollum says he has only 4, but they are enough, something like that. And in the Lord of the Rings, and also his black hand, and that there was heat, so there was also fire, something like that involved. But yeah, definitely Gollum. It's interesting that Gollum was so upset after losing the ring that he literally spent decades wandering around. He was even as far as Dale and listened about rumors about Bilbo and so on. It's where he learned some information about him as well. Okay, Maury, sleep well, have a good night. We also will end the stream soon. I wonder what Gollum told himself why he would find Baggins around Mordor. Did he have an inkling that he was compelled by higher forces? Yeah, Sauron, we can read that Sauron basically summoned every evil creature to Mordor in this time, and that also, like, he bent his will in a way that everything got kind of summoned, if that makes sense. Let me see if I can find something like this. Nah, that was... It's not in Appendix B. Would be in Unfinished Tales. I forgot, chat, but yeah. So, the whispers of Sauron's voice might have come to even to Gollum and his mind and somehow convinced him to go there. Like, it shows what a powerful being Sauron actually is, that he can do that. But I guess the idea might be that he hears that, or somehow notices that Sauron is summoning the ring to Mordor and every creature. Like, he basically wanted that whoever wears the ring comes to Mordor so he can capture him. And then he could maybe convince that Gollum says basically, want the ring? Well, I summoned the ring to Mordor, it will be there, so maybe search in Mordor for the ring. You know what I mean? Maybe that is kind of how he got him, even though it is not directly told, just a theory of mine. But yeah, it's an interesting question how he convinced Gollum to go there, actually, or how Gollum convinced himself to go there. Oh, chat, I'm so tired. I really need to go to bed, chat. We have now 4 hours. I think there was still an okayish long stream. In the book, Pippin feels compelled to look into the Palantir, even against his will. You think this was fate or doom or Eru or whatever wanting him to look, so Gandalf won't. He almost did. It could also be potentially, I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know if it was like some kind of fate thing going on. So yeah, the possibility is there, of course. Could also be, I don't know, Sauron through the Palantir getting hold onto, I don't know, getting onto Pippin, make him to look to it. I don't know. What would have happened if the Watcher in the water pulled Frodo underwater? Was it able to keep the ring for itself? I don't think it was. I think it would have also landed somehow in Sauron's hands. But who knows? Who knows? It's like Gandalf theorized that it was attacking Frodo first, so it had a clear intention who to attack and who got what, got this powerful artifact. I mean, in theory, yeah, it could have kept it for himself, but Gandalf definitely speculates that it might has to do with Sauron and the Watcher attacking them. Yeah, go to bed, dude. You've been going for hours and your voice is giving out, lol. It's got to be 5 a.m. in Germany or whatever you are. It's only 1 a.m., like half past. It's 1:22 to be precise. And usually if I end the stream, it's not like I go immediately to bed. I need some cool down and so on. You sound exhausted. I definitely do. I'm really tired. Because we started relatively late. Before the stream, I streamed in German a bit, so I played Elden Ring there. And so on. I also had to get up early today. So it was a long day for me, to be honest. As a result, I'm a bit exhausted here. Starting to yawn from time to time. So I really like our talk here and discussing the lore with you people. Enjoy it and appreciate it a lot. That you stick here with me for such a long time. It's very mysterious how the Watcher got there, what's doing there, what does it have to do with, what does it have to do with Sauron, or it. In German, Watcher would be der Wächter, which is male, so sometimes I say he. Even though in English, I guess it would be more it. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to my bed as well. So yeah, we definitely answered some interesting questions today as always and looked into some interesting book stuff. I was not aware that the trolls were mentioned already in the Book of Lost Tales. I kind of assumed that, or kind of in my head remember that there might have been a mention, but I wasn't sure. So I just tried to find it and we got one. That was an interesting question for sure, Crafty Spirit. And also some of the other stuff we talked about today. As said, next week, not sure which day though. There will be a watch party, maybe this time on Friday. I'm not 100% sure. We watch the second Hobbit film, and then Saturday I was invited to on the German Twitch sphere to an Elden Ring event kind of thing, and you have to do some stuff there. So Saturday is, depending on how long this goes, I'm not sure if I'm available in the evening or whatever. So I think it would be smart to do the next watch party on Friday or on Sunday. If I do it on Sunday, we might not have a lore Q&A stream next week because that would be a bit much. Maybe we do it then under the week or so. I try to have these streams here more frequently because I always feel like it's awesome when you people are here and discussing the lore and so on. That's always quite a bit of fun. So yeah, before I fall asleep here, chat, I roll my incomplete credits again. Sorry for I had no time to upgrade them today, unfortunately. But yeah, so huge shoutouts to the artists. We used some artworks today, like Ted Naismith, of course, Kimberly 80, Sara Morello, and I think there were also Benef, I think we used. Jenny Dolphin, also shoutouts, of course, but I think we have not used her stuff today. But yeah, the classics. Good night, Chris. Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, I also appreciate all your people being here. Thank you so much for your support and so on. And I wish you also a fantastic rest of the day, or a good evening, or a good night, whatever time you watch this here. Shoutouts to all the supporters. There were quite a few, especially during the Rings of Power time, getting a membership here or having a super chat or whatever it's called. Supporting this here also financially a bit. Much appreciated. Thank you for your generosity. As always, some people definitely kept also their thing or supporting me a long time. Shoutouts today for Killswitch. He resubscribed today on Twitch. Much appreciated for that. Thank you so much. And I don't know. There will be lore stuff to make a watch party for the second Hobbit film. I know it might not be the most popular film, though it has definitely also its moments. That's what's coming up. If I get my Elden Ring stuff sorted out, I try to find some time to work on the next lore video. It might be also a longer one again. Depends a bit on where I want to end it. And yeah, that will be hopefully a good one. And so there will be some lore stuff. Then at 13th of December, War of the Rohirrim hits the cinemas. That's also something I want to cover a little bit here and there and see. I really hope it's good. Like, it would be so awesome if it's good. So that is definitely some content coming up. So I would say we see each other most likely next weekend to be precise. And I will try to announce it here or schedule it as soon as I have kind of a feeling when I can do the watch party and so on. So yeah, check this out. If you haven't pressed the like button yet, chat, feel free to do so now. Would be much appreciated. And also subscribe and yeah, maybe leave a comment here and there. It's also always much appreciated. I would say again, thank you people for watching, and maybe run one round of ads here at the end through it. I also removed the unnecessary every 3-minute ads from the watch party VOD. It might take a moment because it has to process for some time. I'm not sure why YouTube places so many ads when I don't manually adjust this. It's a bit annoying, but here we are. But yeah, so thank you again for watching, and see you people next time, most likely next weekend, and have a fantastic rest of the day. See you then.